Lee Zeldin, talk to you. Baker, talk to you. I don't know who you are. I think I know who you are. There's you. So here we are. I called the Secret Service, FBI, and Sheriff's Department, and none of them fucking took me seriously. That was funny. That's how defunct and fucked up our government is right there. Right? They don't take anything seriously. Huh. Have yourself a little Mexican standoff, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Hey, don't let them fucking whack me. I'm unarmed. Don't let them whack me. They'll be here shortly, I would imagine. Or maybe not. Merry Christmas, motherfuckers. Oh, over here. I don't know. Don't murder me. Don't murder me. Don't murder me. Don't murder me. Please don't murder me. I'd like to see my children. I want to see my kids. Merry Christmas. My third Christmas without my kids. Here we go. Christmas number 3 without my kids. We're all supposed to wake up and say Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, motherfuckers. My kids were kidnapped 2.5 years ago. Nobody gave a shit. Nobody cared. Nobody gave a fuck until they got hit by a Mack truck. 3 years. I'm sorry, 2.5 years for my daughter. 2 years for my son. At some point in time this morning, the sheriff's department is probably going to be surrounding my property. I would appreciate it if they didn't shoot me. Okay. I'm open to negotiation right now. The line is open for negotiation. So funny, dude. Called the FBI, called the Secret Service, and they're like, who the fuck's this guy? Let's hang up on him. Stress. It does a high degree of damage to people. I would imagine, and I don't know for certainty, but I would imagine if my brain was looked at, it would show significant trauma from the pain of having my children kidnapped from me, right? My kids that I had a wonderful, loving relationship with that were kidnapped from me. And, you know, yet another year I wake up, don't wrap any gifts. I couldn't even get out of bed to go see my nephews and nieces because the pain's too much. It's too much. It's too much. You know? Young man serving his country. Trying to make him proud, you know. Fucking another Christmas, man. This is it. This is it. This is the last Christmas that I go without seeing my kids. I'm either dead by next Christmas or I'm a full-time dad. One of the two. Those are the options. I'm either dead by next Christmas or I'm a full-time dad. Because the pain is unbearable at this point. It's unbearable. It's insufferable. It's completely unbearable. This woman's been with me for 6 years. 6 years. Right? She stuck by my side through all this. And I'm too scared to marry or have a child because of the trauma that's never ending from family court. You can't even, they won't even allow you to move on with your life. You can't move on with your life. Any person who tells me that I need to just move on or I need to wait till they're 18, no, that's not acceptable. That's not an acceptable answer in this country. I was very close to my kids. Love my kids. Man, I fucking love my kids. Fuck, dude. You know? It's your kids. These are my kids. These are my kids, man. You know? These are my children. Kidnapped from me. I'd drop off a line too if I were you. Fuck you, man. Sorry, motherfuckers. Yeah, I wouldn't want to hang out with a fucking sorry sap like me for Christmas either. My buddy's sleeping down on the couch, man. You know, I got 2 buddies here with me. You know, we might not make it were it not for one another. Me and my buddies, right? We've held one another up through this fucking misery, right? I ain't had a hug from my boy in over 2 years. 2 fucking years I ain't hugged my boy. And all we get is tore down more and more and more. Society just keeps tearing at us. Like we're not human, huh? Did you tell me I wasn't a good dad? I was a good dad. I wasn't the best dad. I might not have won no Dad of the Year awards, but I was a good dad. My kids love me. And what y'all have done to me and my kids, it ain't right. It's inhumane. I miss my baby girl. And these monsters won't investigate these crimes. The FBI won't do it. Secret Service won't do it. Where are they at, man? Where are they at? Where they been? I was with my kids all the time. I took care of my babies. My babies didn't want for nothing. Their daddy always made sure they was taken care of. You understand me? I got robbed of having a relationship with my mom and dad as a boy. That was taken from me. Now, as a man, my kid's taken from me. I got one life here, like the rest of you. I just got one, like the rest of you. How many Christmases I got to wake up and not see my kids? You tell me that. You tell me how much pain my mama got to carry for me. Huh? Tell me that. How much Marina's got to carry for me. They carry this pain too, what I can't carry. They don't even fucking care, man. Christmas fucking day, dude. They don't even fucking care. You see what I'm saying? I called the FBI, Secret Service, and 911 this morning. And I don't care. Right? But I'm selfish, probably in many people's minds. I'm selfish for this on Christmas Day. I'm selfish. Can you fucking imagine that, man? That I'm selfish for wanting to also be a dad on Christmas Day. I'm a selfish motherfucker. All right. Is my buddy Mike Whitney, is he selfish? Huh? Living in his car? Well, my buddy Mike Gilligan in New York, is he selfish? How about Carlos Rivera, Dr. Carlos Rivera, pediatrician? Is he selfish? What about my friend Jo Ellen? Is she selfish for wanting to be a mother today? Well, you see these, see this? This golden dragon? That was, where did I get that one? Let me read that to you. You don't like this. We do Christmas stories before the FBI shows up in the sheriff's department. I ain't got no gun. You can see they start fucking shooting. They put one on me. The domain of the golden dragon. Fancy. Know all by these presents unto all pirates of the yellow seas and other derelicts of far eastern seas. Greetings. Know ye on classified within the boundaries of my dragonic realm, then appeared the good ship USS Jimmy Carter, SSN 23. Be it known that the said renowned vessel crossed the 180th meridian in latitude, classified the location. Be it known that the said renowned vessel crossed, and all her officers and crew have been duly inspected and found qualified by the venerable court. It is therefore my privilege to proclaim with all the authority of my sphere of influence that MM2 SS Benjamin A. Winderweedle, that was my former name before I killed him, has been found worthy to be granted membership in my domain, the silent occult mysteries of the Far East. And be it further understood that the above name is now a member of my august, I can't even read that, retinue. Disobey this order under penalty of our royal displeasure. We were doing some work fucking around Asia. Anybody curious where we were working? What we were doing? Some cool work. we were doing over there. Some little men with little interest might want to know what. Huh, Secret Service. Huh, fucking NSA, CIA, and DOI. They're complicit in the kidnapping of my children. Complicit. My children were kidnapped. They were taken by fraud. Children can be kidnapped more than one way. Human trafficking occurs in more than one way. My children have been kidnapped and abused. And I'm treated like a piece of shit because I want to be a dad. These other men treated like pieces of shit because they want to be dads. I bet Tom Cotton's spending time with his family today. Huh, Tom? Right? Who wants to increase federal funding for mandatory work programs for fathers. Right, Tom Cotton? You're all for veterans, aren't you? You're all for veterans, right? Except those of us not seeing our kids because the states receive federal incentives that you fucking provide and encourage more of, right? Merry Christmas, motherfuckers. The media won't report. So what do we have to do? We have to create an entire news network, the Veteran Liberty Network, an entire network we have to build to report the transgressions and crimes of our governments against us. I intend on going to Illinois and get my kids. They have until December 31st to render my children to me. December 31st is the deadline. If my children are not returned to me by December 31st, I will go to Illinois and I will take my children. If my kids are not returned to me by December 31st, and the kidnappers prosecuted, arrested, charged, and prosecuted for these crimes, you have until December 31st. That's it. I will then go to Illinois and take my children back. And the people responsible, if they haven't been arrested by then, I will arrest them by citizen's arrest. I will arrest Judge Joseph Salvi. I will, by citizen's arrest Judge Janelle Christensen. I will arrest Attorney Raymond Boldt. I will arrest Attorney Sally Lichter. I will arrest Laura Horner. I will arrest Ronald Bell. I will arrest Mark Fisher. By citizen's arrest, what they have done is committed a kidnapping. This is a kidnapping. It is by fraud. It is illegal what they have done. And the FBI has refused to investigate or charge or prosecute. If there's an ongoing investigation, it's sped up. I filed this report, heard nothing. 2.5 years, I have not seen my daughter. 2 years, I haven't seen my son. My children will be returned to me. December 31st. They have until. And when I enter into Illinois, I will destroy whatever courthouse I come across first. I will destroy it. Yeah, Jake.
Yeah, so we're out here at the end of the driveway. So we're just sitting here and waiting.
Okay.
You got any tips or,
Stay put.
I mean, like when they want to talk, we just say, to talk to you, or, I mean, what do we say?
Well, I just want you to remain right there, and they can talk to you and me. It'll be transparent. Or they can just call my phone.
Talk to you on the phone from here, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because bottom line, you don't want them at your house, right?
No. Don't come to my house.
They're gonna ask what you want. I mean, do you want just take a report, get your kids back, basically? Like actually do something, and let us know they're on it.
How many other parents are out there, right? And these are the ones I want, right? Jake, Wayne, all of you. All of you. Your kids too. Right? This needs to be a Christmas demand from all of us, not just me. All of us. Right? I'm only a mouthpiece for one case. All of us have a voice. And it's time our voices were heard. Today, Christmas Day of all days, if we're going to give our children a gift, let us give them a gift of coming together on Christmas Day to say enough's enough. Today's the day. No more. Right? We do it today. Today. We do it peacefully. But so that they know we're going to come by force. And I'm going to be the first of many to come. Right? And today is that day. Today is the day that they know on Christmas Day of 2020 that today is their last day to have kept our kids from us illegally. Jake's not a threat to his children. Wayne's not a threat to his children. CJ's not a threat to his children. All of us veterans, all of our children taken. And on Christmas Day of all days, if you're a believer, and I do believe in a creator, and I believe that our creator will protect us. But if I was to die today, I'm going to die fighting to be a dad to my kids. On Christmas Day. And if that's the gift that I give to them, then that is what it is. But I hope that my fellow countrymen don't kill me. I hope that they see that this is a plea, the last plea for help. This is it. It's a Christmas Day stand that today is the last day, and they need to know that I am prepared to enter into Illinois and use force to take my children. They have until December 31st to return my kids to me and to investigate the crimes of the people involved with their kidnapping.
Right. And those that are coming, if they do come, They're sworn to uphold the Constitution also and defend it. And if they don't do their job, they're complicit, just as complicit in this kidnapping as that judge is, right?
They are complicit, and they must go as well.
They need to know that. That's what I'm going to tell them.
That's the constitutional answer, right? This is the constitutional answer. We have an obligation. We have an oath to defend the Constitution against domestic enemies. And if our children are being kidnapped and kept at the hands of the state, we have an obligation to the Constitution to defend it, do we not?
That's right. And these people that are coming here, these law officers, they have that same obligation. If they fail to do that, they're the domestic enemy as well.
They are the domestic enemy.
They're allowing the domestic enemies to wreak terror on families.
I want to move on with my life. My friends want to move on with their lives. How can you do that when every day you're being traumatized by the very country you defended? And people say, well, Cash, what does the military have to do with this? Whenever I had said, I gave a reason, an example why you shouldn't serve in the military. You shouldn't serve in the military if you still have a government that will take your children from you upon return from said service. You shouldn't serve.
I'm ashamed of I'm ashamed of the military.
Yeah, me too.
And the government for what they've done to all of us.
We should be ashamed. And we should be ashamed that we've allowed this to continue to this day. Christmas Day of 2020, Jake and I and CJ, all of us should be seeing our children today, of all days.
Yep.
But not even a phone call. We can't get phone calls, nothing.
Yeah, unbelievable.
So they have a week, just under.
New Year's Eve.
Yeah, they have until midnight. They have until midnight. When the clock strikes 0001, that's it. That's it.
I think when we talked to Carlos, that was the first time you didn't say what, but you did say December 31st. So, we put this out, it's going to go out. These guys are going to stand up with us.
Well, the ones that do, these are the ones that we're going to fight for. Right?
Yeah. That's what we need to put out a call, that they stand up with us, at the same time. We have this nationwide, all 50 states. And real child support, that we have time with our kids, not money. Give us time, give us relationships with our kids.
This government this government has gone completely rogue against its people.
Oh yeah.
How many people are in prison right now today, this Christmas Day, in a debtor's prison right now, away from their kids? I want to truly think about what the American people are suffering at the hands of its government. How many people are sitting behind bars in a debtor's prison, kept from their children and forced into labor under threat of force so that the state can extort more dollars? What else do we call that?
Yeah, that's extortion to the max. Yeah, when somebody says pay or I'm going to put you in jail, that's a threat of force. That's extortion. I mean, that's the definition of extortion.
Along with kidnapping.
Yeah, especially when they're using your children.
They put our kids, tied to a rope at the end of the stick, like a carrot.
that kick the can answer that FBI guy gave you, like, well, that doesn't mean we're not investigating. That's BS, because if they were investigating a real kidnapping, they would be in contact with the parent on a daily basis, giving you updates and stuff. When they just ignore you from us, they're not investigating nothing.
No, they're not.
Yeah, if this was a woman, they'd be on TV, oh, my child.
And it'd be Amber Alerts.
Yeah, Amber Alerts. Yeah, there's nothing. A guy's reporting this, doesn't see his kids. Well, that's just normal daily.
When I hear an Amber Alert, and we get those every once in a while in Utah over our phone, I just ignore them, because I figure, maybe one of them is legitimate once in a while, but I figure 95% of them are a father that's finally had enough like you and took his kids, and I have sympathy for that guy and compassion.
Let's see what these guys have to say.
Hello, you've reached FBI headquarters. If this is an emergency, please hang up and dial 911. Please note, this call may be recorded. If you're calling about a background check, to report criminal activity, a tip, or complaint, press 1. For internet crimes, press 2. If you know your party's extension, press 9. To reach an operator, please wait or press 0.
0.
You have reached the FBI. Please listen to the following message before making your selection, as our menu has changed. For English, press 1. For Spanish, press 2.
1.
If you're calling to provide tip information about a possible crime, or if you need to speak regarding a potential ongoing crime, or if you need to contact your local FBI field office, press 1. If you are a federal, state, local, or international law enforcement agency, press 2. If you are calling to inquire about a fingerprint submission, visa application, adoption,
I don't know.
you need to speak to someone regarding a criminal matter or investigation, press 1. If you are
Special processing, this is Andy.
Yeah, Andy, my name is Grayson Cash Jackson. I'm an online personality, kind of sort of known as Cash Damn Jackson. I filed an FBI report a number of months back about the kidnapping of my children. And to date, my children, as well as several friends of mine, children, have not been returned to us, and they were taken under fraud. We are all 20-year veterans, and hold on, let me finish here. I don't think what your agent didn't really realize or understand, or maybe didn't, I don't know, pass up the chain of command quite well, is that myself, as well as many other veterans that have contacted me, have previously had TSSCI clearances, and that causes some issues with national security when their children have been taken and not returned, or the crime investigated. Does that make sense? It causes some.
That makes sense. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, though. I want to get you the help that you need, but I'm going to transfer you down to the unit that can help you with this, because the section that I'm in deals nothing with fingerprints. So if you don't mind, I'm going to transfer you down to the unit that helps people, in your situation, and they'll be able to help you.
What does the fingerprint department do?
We are the ones where they submit fingerprints.
You're the fingerprint department.
Yeah.
I don't know why they would have sent me to you. You know what? You sound like the first human being I've actually spoken to within the FBI. You actually sound like a human being. I am. So I'm
glad that I made your day.
You did on Christmas.
There is a section here, and I'm not sure how they're staffed today with it being Christmas.
Can I ask you something, Andy? Can I ask you something, Andy? Are you a dad?
Yeah.
Did you see your kids today? Or are you going to see them sometime today?
Actually, when you called, I will be video FaceTiming my son numerous times today. He's out now in grad school, but I'm actually listening in on a Zoom call that he's with his grandparents in Pennsylvania. So it's like I was kind of listening in to them. So I talk to him or see him on a daily basis.
Man, I'm happy for you. Can you imagine what it would be like for somebody who served their nation for 20 years to not see their children for 3 Christmases in a row or even speak to them? Could you even fathom what that feels like?
Yeah, because we lost our daughter when she was 10 years old. She
Wow.
passed away when she was 10, so I understand that.
I'm sorry.
But as far as your situation goes, we've got a unit down here that'll help you with getting with what you're needing. And like I said, I don't know I'm sure they've got people staffed actually in office today. So I'm going to transfer you down, and they can help you with getting your situation resolved. How does that sound?
That sounds fantastic, man. Thank you for being a decent human being on Christmas Day.
I try to be.
Thank
I try
you.
to be 365.
You're a good guy, man.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'm going to transfer you down, so if you'll just hold on, I'll transfer you down there. Okay?
Okay.
Hello. Thank you for calling the FBI. This is not a 911 service for taking emergency calls. For emergencies, please call 911.
Si usted desea escuchar este mensaje en español, por favor oprima el número 1.
I don't know.
In a few moments, you will be connected to an operator. This call will be recorded for quality assurance, investigative, or other purposes.
This is how difficult it is to get to your children.
Please hang up and submit your tip online at tips.
Report a kidnapping.
.fbi.gov. During this call,
I think we should all be reporting a kidnapping today. All of us. I think y'all should be calling the FBI with me.
About whom you are calling. We use this information to assist in investigating your tip.
Why aren't we?
Have to provide your
They have
initial or
been.
other personal information.
Due process
However,
rights were violated.
lack of information may delay or hurt
I'm not
progress
exaggerating my claim
in
here.
your tip. Any information you
I'm not
provide
wrong.
may be used for authorized purposes.
This is the...
To report a suspicious email, hacked email, internet scam, or ID theft, press 1. To report a tip about threat to human life, serious bodily injury, or significant violent action, press 2. To report a tip on an FBI fugitive, press 3. To report a tip on an FBI case currently highlighted in the news, press 4. To report mortgage fraud, press 5.
Let's all call them today. Everybody call them. Let's all...
Provide the zip code of the area you are calling from now.
They don't want to deal with me. They don't want to deal with me.
One moment while I transfer you to the next available representative. Your call will now be recorded.
Thank you for calling the FBI. May I have your first and last name, please?
Well, I go by Cash Jackson. Cash is my middle name. So it's not technically my first name, but it's what I go by. It's Grayson Cash Jackson.
Grayson, Grayson.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
And Cash is a C-A-S-H?
K-A-S-H.
And how do you spell your last name?
Jackson.
J-A-C-K-S-O-N?
Yes, ma'am. Common spelling. I apologize.
And what is your telephone number for you?
479-847-0224.
That is 479-847-0224.
That's correct. Yes.
And what is your date of birth?
October 4th, 1978.
And the zip code you're calling from today?
72855.
And Grayson, what's the federal violation you're wanting to report today?
Well, there's several violations. One, my children were kidnapped via fraud. There was a judge in Lake County, Illinois, which illegally severed contact with my children. And I do mean illegally. He violated the Constitution and Illinois state statutes because my case was in federal court. So due to the federal jurisdiction that was retained at the time that he severed contact with my daughter 2.5 years ago, he committed a crime by acting under color of law. So I have not seen or spoken to my daughter in over 2.5 years. It was done so illegally. Again, my attorney, Ted Bush, will be able to articulate the exact statutes.
Okay, well, sir, we don't get involved in child custody issues. What makes you believe your children were kidnapped by the judge?
If they were taken by fraud and he broke federal law, and I'm threatened under force that if I see my kids or try and have a relationship with my kids, I will be incarcerated or potentially killed if I try and exercise my rightful parenting time. That is taken by fraud whenever he did not have jurisdiction.
What's the fraud?
He didn't have jurisdiction. And the fraud is that they're continuing to keep my children from me under the pretenses that it's legal, and it's not legal.
Sir, okay, so if you feel like the judge did not do his job properly, you need to report it to the Judicial Review Board. Like I said, we don't get involved in child custody issues.
I know that I'm not asking you to get involved in a child custody issue. I'm asking you to get involved in a kidnapping issue. But here's kind of the larger problem at hand that I want to
Where's your children now?
If you'll stop interrupting me, allow me to please elaborate.
Sir, you do not need to be rude to me. I have to ask you questions. So where is your children now?
My children are in Illinois.
So if you know where your children are, how do you know, what makes you believe they were kidnapped?
Because I'm kept from them. They were taken from me with an order that was illegal. You have to have jurisdiction. You can't just take people's kids for no reason. You understand that? Are you a mother? Do you have kids at all?
All right, sir. Have a good day. Goodbye. This is not a federal matter. I suggest you reaching out to the Judicial
The
Review
national
Board.
security at threat is the FBI issue. The national security at threat is the FBI issue. You understand that? You see what I'm saying? This is what I'm saying. This is exactly what I'm showing you and illustrating to you why nobody gets anywhere with what they do. This is a perfect illustration of why you don't get anywhere. And I want you to see on Christmas Day what a parent like myself has to go through. See what I'm saying? There's no recourse, right? We don't get involved, she says. Of course you don't, which is why the problem persists. You fucking idiot. See what I'm saying?
Thank you for calling the Illinois Tollway. For state police emergencies, press 7. If you know your party's extension, you may dial it at any time during this message.
Wait while I transfer your call.
District 15, State Police.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was going to transfer me to a district. I just Googled the Illinois State Police number, and this is the one that I got. Who would I speak to about reporting a kidnapping?
Where did it occur at?
In Lake County, Illinois.
Is it a particular city or unincorporated?
Well, the crime itself occurred, I guess, in Waukegan.
Okay, then you would start with the Waukegan Police Department.
Even if it involves a judge?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
You heard. Yeah, let's read that. Kidnapping. At common law, the crime of forcibly abducting a person from his or her own country and sending the person to another. This offense amounted to false imprisonment aggravated by moving the victim to another country. The crime of seizing and taking away a person by force or fraud to hold the person prisoner in order to demand something from his or her family, employer, or government. Aggravated kidnapping. Kidnapping accompanied by some aggravating factors such as a demand for ransom or injury of the victim. That's in fact the illegal demand that I turn over my disability pay. Child kidnapping, the kidnapping of a minor, often without the element of force or fraud, as when someone walks off with another's baby. Kidnapping for ransom, the offense of unlawfully seizing a person and then confining the person in a secret place while attempting to extort ransom. This grave crime is sometimes made a capital offense. Parental kidnapping, the kidnapping of a child by one parent in violation of the other parent's custody or visitation rights. I have a lawful right to see my children. I have a lawful right to see my children. Y'all understand this? It is a lawful right. You cannot just keep somebody's rights from them indefinitely. Okay? If they strip me of my Second Amendment rights and I petition to have those returned, they need to return them immediately. I need to defend my home. In all criminal prosecutions, and this is where they get away with it because it's civil, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusations, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. Except when your children are kidnapped, then you get none of that. The Sixth Amendment goes out the fucking window, as you could just see. Call CIA headquarters. This is the shit that just fucking boggles the mind. I wonder if the CIA is working today. You think they are? I wonder if they are. Let's see. Let's call them. Let's find out. That's a map. I don't want a fucking map. I don't want the directions. You probably can't even call these bastards, I bet. What's going to be funny is how many people I've called, and it's recorded. What's really going to be funny is how many people I've called and this has been recorded that fucking hung up on me. That's the best part. How many of these fucking sheriffs and these people's bosses' heads are going to roll, right? That's going to be the funny part. All these people that are hanging up on me, right? They don't take me seriously. It's going to be funny when the investigations go down and they go, who the fuck knew? Who talked to that guy? Right? And you're my only defense. You're it. All of you. You're my defense. You guys are my defense. All of you. And maybe you'll show up and defend me. Maybe you won't. I don't know.
That has not been set up yet or that is locked out. To disconnect, press 1. To enter another number, press...
Well, that ain't it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, man. That's so funny. Mm-hmm. Their phone number doesn't even work. Do you know the CIA's phone number online doesn't even work? Doesn't even work. Let's all, you guys can help me call the Waukegan police. Oh, that got a great rating, 2.5. Oh, there's a number. Yeah, call the CIA. Hey, you guys call the CIA. Ask them if they think that it's a problem that a former veteran that had access to CSSCI information is being kept from his children. Hello, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Hey, I need to file a police report. So this is kind of complex. Please take me seriously and don't hang up on me, okay?
Okay.
All right. It's a little bit of a complex issue and takes me for just a minute to explain. And please don't ask me to get an attorney. I have one. His name's Ted Bush. I've spoken to this guy zillions of times. Look, the judge in Lake County, Illinois, Judge Joe Salvi, he broke Illinois state law and federal law when he severed contact with my daughter 2.5 years ago. Now, I never considered filing a police report on this because it didn't just really dawn on me that, in fact, what he did was fraudulent. Now, you're probably going to tell me I need to go up to the appeals court. But look, I can't go up to the appeals court because I need several $1,000s. I'm a disabled veteran, and I've got $10 in my bank account this Christmas. And the lack of presents around my Christmas tree illustrates exactly how much money I don't have at this point. So I can't get to the appeals court to overturn this judge. Okay. I haven't seen my daughter in 2.5 years. Ma'am, just please bear with me just a moment. 2.5 years, I haven't seen my daughter, right? It's my 3rd Christmas in a row. I have not seen my children. And I want you to know something, ma'am. I spent 20 years in service to this country. I had a TS-SCI clearance, right? So I had access to classified information that could harm this country, right? Now, I've really began to lose my loyalty to this nation because nobody's investigated the fraud. And that's how my kids were taken from me, was by fraud, not by force, but through fraud, which is in fact illegal. And I want to put this on the record with the Waukegan Police Department that I filed a police report with you guys. And I want to speak to an investigator about this before you tell me no. This is definitely above your pay grade as it's going. And I don't mean to be insulting. I mean that to be that this might wind up more of a Department of Defense issue or FBI or Department of Justice issue before this is all said and done. I just want you to please just take the police report down, or have an officer contact me, a senior investigator contact me, so I can get a report with the appropriate person if you are not it. But this is not.
I will get you down to the front desk officer, who is a police officer. They will advise you if your report can be made online, or if that's something that you would have to come to the front desk to do. So let me transfer you down to him. Hold on 1 second, okay?
Okay.
Waukegan Police Department, Officer Tico.
Yeah, can you spell your last name? I didn't quite understand what you said.
Yeah, T-I-C-O.
T-I-C-O.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, sir. My name is Grayson Cash Jackson. I go by Cash Jackson. And this is going to sound a little complex, right? I explained it probably more thoroughly than I needed to for the person who should have just transferred me to you.
Okay.
I'm a 20-year Navy veteran. I retired honorably in 2016. I went through a vicious custody battle there. And I'm a whistleblower. There was fraud and deception that occurred at the hands of the judge in the matter. And whenever I tried to report said fraud, he illegally severed contact with my daughter in March of 2018. Now, why do I say illegally? Well, he had no jurisdiction to do what he do. It was in the federal court. And I know you're thinking that you don't get involved probably with domestic issues or civil issues. But this is a government fraud issue, and it was done under color of law. And look, it's going to go up above your pay grade. And here's why. Because I was a Navy veteran, because I had access to TSSCI information. You know, I want you to know that I can't confirm nor deny whether or not that information is still safe as long as my children are being illegally withheld from me. And you're going to need to take that as you will and probably send it up to your chief of police, or, you know, definitely your lieutenant, your sergeant, maybe. I know it's Christmas Day and it's a shitty time to get this phone call, but yeah, this is the last Christmas I'm going to go without seeing or talking to my children when I know I've not done anything wrong and that this judge illegally violated and overstepped his authority when my case was in federal court. He had no jurisdiction, and I mean zero jurisdiction. It had not been sent back, and they severed contact with my daughter, and I've not seen her or spoken to her since. And by the definition of kidnapping, this meets that requirement. It was done under fraud. 2.5 years, I haven't seen my daughter or held her or anything. I've never been charged with a crime. I've never been convicted of any crimes. I've never hurt anybody. I smoked a little pot before, but I've never hurt anyone. So.
And this happened in 2018?
Yeah, March of 2018. And my access, look, I'm a disabled veteran. I'm 100% disabled. And the only way for me to try and get my case heard is to go to the appeals court. Well, in 2017, I was found indigent by Lake County. A judge there found me indigent. I sued the state and was found to be indigent in 2017. But the now current judge in my case, Judge Christensen, blocked my access to the appeals court because she made a new finding of me to not be indigent. I need thousands of dollars to get to the appeals court because I need a record. I can't afford it. The very basis of my appeal is because I'm indigent. I'm suing because I am indigent, but I can't get it to the appeals court without a record. I can't get a record because I got $10 to my name. And the right answer isn't that I need to do a GoFundMe or take out a loan. I don't have the money. I've spent over $85,000 fighting to be a dad. What was done is illegal per Illinois statutes, not per Cash Jackson statutes, per Illinois statutes. What was done was he broke the law. And nobody's done anything about it to this day. And so I'm left with no other alternative but to say that if my children aren't returned, I'm going to have to come to Illinois and take them. And
this occurred in Waukegan?
Well, that's where the courthouse is. So that's where he entered in the fraudulent order that's being upheld. And because this is a quote unquote a civil matter, nobody will do anything. It's not civil when it rises to the level of criminal, right? It was done by fraud, which makes it criminal. It was done intentionally, which makes it criminal. It was done outside of his jurisdiction, which makes it a violation of federal law and state law. He violated both federal and state law. He lost jurisdiction because it was in federal court. He lost complete immunity because it was in federal court. He had no right to sever contact with my daughter. I was never found to be an endangerment. I was never charged with any crime. There was never a motion by the opposing party to find me unfit. There wasn't even a motion before the court to sever the contact. He did it on his own.
Okay. I mean, this is what you explained is way above a local municipal department's head. And
I know, but I have to make the police report. That's what the feds told me. The feds said I have to file with.
What the feds told you?
Correct. They said that I need to go to Waukegan. I've said this is a federal crime. And what you need to understand is that, look, I'm not the only one. I've spoken with the Secret Service. I've spoken with the FBI. And this is crazy. Okay. This is insane that in 2020, that just because a man wears a robe doesn't mean he can't commit a crime. I mean, there was a judge in Pennsylvania that was selling children. There were large federal stings that occurred to take out judges in Cook County, and it was a significant sting. And many of these were involved in the domestic relations courts, and they were being paid off. I'm not alleging whether or not this man's being paid off or not. What I am stating for fact, and it's not an allegation, is that this was done illegally, and the man needs to be charged with a crime of conspiracy to kidnap, because they have kidnapped my son and my daughter from me. And I have no ability or access to them. And here's the risk. Here's the risk to, to the country is that as a Navy veteran, I have to say this is a constitutional issue, and I'm still being paid a retainer pay by the military. And that oath is to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, which means that I'm going to have to raise able-bodied men to help me to come and take my children back.
Okay, sir. Like you said, this is a civil matter. Have you talked to? You went through the whole civil process.
I've been through anything and everything imaginable, right? And
the most probably you could do right now. I mean, okay, like you said, you went through the most imaginable, but the most. This is, like I said, this is way over the municipal department's head, and I don't know why the federal department brought you to lead you down to here right now, because there's nothing we can do. Pass this up to my supervisors. It's not going to go anywhere. You know what I mean? Because we won't be able to do anything. We can't do anything. They're going to tell you it's a civil matter, and they're going to tell you to approach it again civilly, because we literally have no control over this. And we can't do anything. Well, look, the report is not going to do anything with us as well.
Yeah, and I know that you're not going to, but here's why you need to make sure the report's in, is that if my kids aren't returned to me by December 31st, I'm going to come to Illinois and I'm going to effect a citizen's arrest of these individuals myself. I want you to know this.
Okay. I mean, if you feel you're in the power to, and you got evidence and stuff backing it up, and
a citizen's arrest is still legal per Illinois law, from what I have read in black and white. And what they have done in black and white is, in fact, illegal. And if an illegal act is continuing to be perpetrated, and I'm aware that it's unlawful per Illinois law, and I have the capacity to arrest those people as a lawful citizen, that's what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to have to come there and arrest Judge Salvi inside the Lake County Court. I'm going to have to come in there, and I'll probably have to come armed, of no threat to anybody else there, and take him into custody, along with Judge Janelle Christensen and the respective attorneys that have all perpetrated the fraud. This is illegal. This isn't. I'm not alleging something that's not true or factual or on paper. But I want the Waukegan police to know that I'm not showing up as some crazed, lunatic there to hurt people. I'm there to effect a citizen's arrest. And I'm going to have to come and effect a citizen's arrest if the local police department won't enforce local Illinois laws, right? I believe it's your guys' job. And I know, and I'm not bringing this down on you, because you're the blue collar worker, man. This isn't you. It's not your fault. It's the people that have committed these crimes. I have no beef with police department. I was a Lake County Reserve Sheriff's deputy for several years. I know Jason Pat. You probably know Jason Pat.
I have no idea who that is.
He works for the coroner's office. He's a sheriff's deputy over there on the coroner's office.
Okay.
But I served with guys over there in the Lake County Jail. I served with guys, men and women that are in the Lake County Court. I served with them. They know who I am. They know what's been done is wrong. I've not broken the law. I've done nothing wrong. But I have an obligation to protect my children. And if you have children at all, I'm certain you could understand this, that if they were taken legally, in that you had done something wrong to warrant having them taken, you would understand that. But if they've been taken under pretense of law and illegally, what is a citizen to do like myself, who spent 20 years in service to his country and has exhausted every resource up to and including the FBI? Where does he go? The FBI doesn't take it seriously. They just hang up on me. So is that the thanks for my country, is to wake up another Christmas and another Christmas and another Christmas without my kids, knowing that they were taken illegally? What am I to do? What's my answer? How long do I suffer for? Do I join the 22 a day? Is that the end goal here from my country?
That's not the right answer, but
Well, I mean, how long must a human being suffer? The only people I know that take children like this, it was the mob. It was the mafia. It was, gangs. They take people's children and use them to hurt them. Right. This was done because I'm a whistleblower. Where are the whistleblower protections? That's what I'm trying to, to ascertain here. I did the thing that a veteran should have done. I stood up and said, this is wrong. It's unlawful. And when I did, contact was severed with my children. They're depriving me of my federal disability benefits illegally. That's another violation of federal law. My disability benefits are protected by federal law. And to order me to turn them over and then incarcerate me when I can't afford the full amount, I'm 100% disabled. You know why I'm 100% disabled, sir?
I do not know.
70% of my disability ratings because of major depressive disorder. Do you think you would be sad or depressed if you woke up Christmas after Christmas without seeing your kids? You would be. It's painful. And we have an obligation, I think, to our fellow man to say, look, this guy's right, man. He's not wrong here. And sometimes, some fucking times, dude, you want a fucking human being, man. Like I'm tired of talking to people that aren't human beings. Like, come on, dude, this has been 6 years of hell for me. 3 years, we're going on 3 years. I've not seen my daughter. Dude, I spent 20 years in the service.
With a lawyer that understands.
Dude, I can't. You don't understand. They won't even take I have an attorney, a pro bono attorney.
Okay.
He can't make any headway, as I've explained this to you, which is why I'm telling you. This has to be it's a crime. What they did was conspiracy. There's a conspiracy inside that courthouse to deprive me of my children because I'm a whistleblower. And I've never filed a police because you're not taken seriously, right? This illustration, like the conversation I'm having with you right now, and it's not your fault, dude. It's the way that you guys are trained and taught. This isn't right to do to people. That it's a civil matter is wrong. And it's the police. Riddle me this. Where's the most dangerous place for a police officer? Right? In a domestic call. You know that as well as I do. In a domestic call. So if I showed up right now to try and see my kids, you know what would happen? There's a good chance I'm going to get shot because I'm labeled some crazed right-wing, lunatic veteran who was desperate to see his kids.
Right now, their mother?
Yeah. They've remained with her. I mean, I've got friends on so many police departments up there, man. It's not even funny. I know a ton of officers up there. And I've had officer buddies that had the same shit happen to them. And it's wrong. And why are our police defending the people that then run you through the grinder when shit goes south? When things go wrong, they blame you guys. And they turn you against us. You're not my enemy because I see this shit happen to police officers every freaking day. They lose their job, they lose their shield, they lose their careers, they lose their children. I've got a buddy, I'll put him on the phone right now. He's 24-year NYPD. The same fucking thing for him. Excuse my language, but dude, what they've done is a crime, man. It is. And all I'm trying to do is get this up the chain of command that, look, it's a crime and I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to come there and I'm going to have to arrest these people myself. But I don't want the Waukegan police to shoot me or get into a standoff with me because I'm there to effect a lawful citizen's arrest. And he has no more right to take my kids than what you do or anybody else does. If it's going to be done, it has to be done legally. It has to be done with due process, right? There's a 4th Amendment right. There's a 5th Amendment right. There's a 14th Amendment right. There's an 8th Amendment right to this. This is wrong. And I'm going to have to. Attorney Raymond Boldt will have to be arrested. Attorney Laura Horner, Ronald Bell. There's several attorneys there in Lake County that have all conspired to deprive me of my kids. And they'll have to be arrested and charged.
Okay. Before you come to the Lake County Courthouse with all that, I advise you to probably stop by the Waukegan Police Department front desk.
Well, I'm not going to do that. I've already let you guys know. I've told everyone that I can tell that there's a crime being committed, and if the own police department.
But if you're gonna approach I mean, I advise you to come to the front desk and talk to an officer physically.
Well, how about an officer goes and arrests Judge Salvi, or we charge them with a crime and arrest them, and the state's attorney gets involved, and my kids get returned to me.
It won't happen like that.
How should it happen? How should I get my kids? That's what I'm trying. Maybe you can help me. You're a police. How do I get my kids back? I've exhausted all resources.
I mean, like I said, but you said you exhausted all resources. I say, maybe find an attorney that's going to take this serious. And
dude,
you said you got no money to your name, and
this is what I'm talking about, man. Everybody thinks an attorney's going to fix it. How's an attorney going to fix it when they're keeping your kids from you? The judge will never let me have my children. You understand this? Never.
But if you get an attorney for you, they're going to fight for your cause. You know what I mean?
What you're not hearing is that I've done that. I've had an attorney for well over a year. I've still not seen my kids.
Maybe you should switch to a different attorney.
I've had 4 attorneys. You see, this is the problem. I know this. I'm an expert on this. This is what I do. I've been doing this. I'm not talking just about my own case, bud. I'm talking about millions of cases, right? This is a racketeering activity. You know that the state gets federal dollars there whenever you guys collect child support, right? You do realize then that money goes into the general fund and then goes off to pay judges and state's attorneys. And they use you guys to enforce the extortion racket known as child support. That's the purpose of it. If you ever paid child support or you ever had a friend who was paying child support, more than likely the state was receiving federal money to collect it, right? They've got a financial interest. There's a conflict of interest because of that. And what they have done is, in fact, it's illegal. And I know down on your level, they have you guys running tickets and picking people up for stupid shit. And they pit the police against the working people. You guys know half of these laws are stupid. And who passes them? These attorneys pass them. The legislators pass them. And then they beat you guys up when it all goes south. When a domestic goes south, they blame you guys. You got to go arrest somebody for possession or whatever. Then they beat you guys up. And the fucking police aren't the enemy of the people, and they shouldn't be, but they weaponize you against us. And I'm not your enemy. And I want Waukegan to know that. I want the Lake County Sheriff's Department to know that. A bunch of these people I served with. And I don't want to be shot or killed, especially by people. I guess if somebody was going to shoot and kill me, I'd prefer it was one of my friends that I had served with before. But I don't want to be. But I have no choice that if my kids aren't returned, right, that I'm going to have to come to Illinois to take my kids and arrest those who kidnap my children illegally.
Okay. Have you called the Lake County Sheriff's Department yet?
Yeah, I've been over there a few times with those guys.
Okay. And what are they advising?
Well, I haven't been over there recently. It's been a little bit since I've been over there. But it's the same thing. You get the same thing, right? But and they're going to kick it over to you guys because it's Waukegan. They say it's Waukegan jurisdiction.
But it is our jurisdiction, but that's Lake County Courthouse with Lake County officers.
Yeah. Do you ever ask yourself why the Lake County officers are controlled and used by the courthouse? I mean, there's no separation of power over there.
Right.
Hold on one second. Can I conference call this guy in? You should talk to him too. Do it anyway.
Hey, just checking up on you. Any new developments from your end?
Yeah, I'm on the phone now with I'm on the phone right now with the Waukegan Police Department, right? And Wayne and Jake, maybe you guys can let Officer, what was your name again? Tico. Maybe you guys can let Officer Tico know the seriousness of what we're dealing with here. That we're gonna have to exercise, citizen's arrest on the judges, and in my own case, beginning in Lake County, Illinois, for kidnapping our kids. There's 2 other veterans here on the line that have over 20 years of experience themselves in their own respective matters. So there's over 60 years here of military experience telling you the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can hear you, Wayne.
Yeah. So, I mean, officer, if you look into this and you look at the law, I'm a prior law enforcement officer for several years. This is clear-cut kidnapping and extortion, and if and we were tired of that kick the can answer. Well, it's a civil matter, or a judge is involved, so we can't do anything. A judge is a citizen of the United States, and if he commits a crime, he needs to be looked into, investigated, and arrested. And I, just like Cash, am sick of the stupid answers I get from the FBI and the States Attorney's Office and everything else that, oh, it's a civil matter, or it's a judge, we can't do anything.
Right.
Yes, but you commit murder, you arrest the judge for murder. If he commit kidnapping, you arrest him. You look into it, you investigate it, you don't just pass it off, because if you as a father had your kids taken away from you for 2.5, 3 years, you'd be taken a little more serious than what these investigators do when we call them. So I'm just telling you that this has happened, and it's a crime being committed against Mr. Jackson here, and it needs to be investigated to the full extent. And we're just tired of those stupid answers. It's a civil matter, or it's a judge. We can't do anything. I'm just sick of that.
Right, but you're gonna get the same answer. I'm gonna pass this up, and you're gonna get the same answer from my supervisor, the same answer from the top from there, and from us as a smaller municipal department. I mean, we have no pressing move on this. And if if your guys talk to the FBI and all this stuff, it's already went to federal. I mean, I don't know.
Look,
I don't know where else.
Look, officer, one of the important aspects, right, that I want to ensure is that the people I'm accusing of a crime, that they get their due process. Okay. I'm accusing them of a crime of kidnapping in violation of federal and state law. I am making a lawful police report that needs to be taken seriously, because this has not been investigated. And when I come to Lake County, Illinois, I'm not going to come alone. I'm going to come with a lot of people, and we will be exercising our Second Amendment right. And it's going to become a much more difficult circumstance in Illinois for that local government. And I would imagine that the mayor and the sheriff and the chief of police are all going to get substantially involved, and everybody's going to want to know who knew and when did they find out, and why wasn't it sent up appropriately, and why wasn't it taken seriously. I spent 20 years with a top secret clearance, 8 years of my 20 with a top secret clearance. What I'm conveying to you is something that must be taken seriously. And if it's not, that's a real problem.
I mean, I could bring this up, like I said, and I will for sure.
You might want to just conference call your sergeant or your lieutenant in.
I mean, take it up to your police chief, and maybe he can call the FBI and have some influence. But
well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Wayne, is that they don't take it seriously, and they keep kicking it back down because and it's not this officer's fault. Okay, it's because the status quo is that these are domestic relations courts. We don't get involved. It's the standard policies and practices of the police departments to not enforce court orders unless they're child support orders, in which point we're hauled in and thrown into debtors' prisons. I've been incarcerated in Lake County on 2 occasions now. I've been deprived of my liberty. And I will not be deprived of my liberty again unlawfully. If I have broken the law, then fine. Then arrest me, charge me with a crime, and give me my day in court. But I haven't. And so I want to make sure that whenever myself and others appear in Lake County to arrest the kidnappers and to rescue my children, that I'm not gunned down. I want to ensure that everybody's had fair warning and fair notice that these are criminals, these are crimes. Somebody has to arrest them. And if Waukegan doesn't do it, and if Lake County doesn't do it, or the Illinois State Police, or the FBI or Department of Justice, well, then it's going to be incumbent upon veterans to do that. Just like in the Battle of Athens that occurred in Tennessee, that World War II veterans had to retake their town because the local officials had rigged the entire voting process against them. They've rigged this entire system against fathers like myself from having any type of meaningful relationship with our kids and then tell us that it's in the best interest of our children. It is not in the best interest of my children to be kept from their father for years at a time and bankrupted. That is not in my kid's best interest.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if you, as a law enforcement officer, if you look at the state statutes and look at the definitions that define kidnapping, extortion, because I've done it here in Utah where I live. And, I mean, the judge.
Not kidnapping and
case,
extortion.
Like the judge, yeah. I mean, a clear violation of the state statutes and should have been arrested, just like Cash's judge should be arrested up there in Illinois. Judge is not a new law.
Okay.
The judge cannot allow to be a criminal.
Well, we don't know further from this. We don't know your case, honestly. From
That's
we just know from your perspective. And
investigate it. That's what we're asking. Investigate it thoroughly. You get Cash's statements. You get all the evidence he has. You get statements from everybody else. That's how investigation goes. I mean,
that's correct.
You don't just take his word and say, okay, well, it doesn't sound right or does, but we're not going further. You got to investigate. When somebody reports a crime, you got to do an investigation to see if a crime was committed. And you look at the law, you look at all the evidence, and you compare the facts, and then you make a determination. Yes, a crime was committed, an arrest needs to be made, and a prosecution needs to take place. And that's not happening, and I don't know why. As a law enforcement officer, I'm ashamed of what I'm seeing these agencies fail to do when we call them and ask for help.
Right, because I mean, I assume most of them are going to ask you to go through it civilly. You know what I mean? And like
we've been civil.
I mean, you don't like
it. That's the thing is we've been civil and we've been peaceful, right? We've maintained our peace and our civility, and we've exercised all of our resources, like what you're talking about. And the fact of the matter is that it's an ongoing crime. It's continuing. If somebody was robbing a bank there in Waukegan, and they were just continuing to take cash out, trip after trip after trip, and you just stood there, I mean, you're complicit in allowing it to continue. And that's what's happening here, is that it's being allowed to continue.
Have you made contact with the 19th Judicial Court and, maybe talk to them, like make complaints? They have our website.
Yeah, let us get there, and we have to pay our way to get there. We're not provided. If we cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided to us. We don't get any of those rights. Our Miranda rights are null and void. They won't allow us our Miranda rights, and we cannot afford to get there. We can't afford to get there because we're already bankrupt. They already took, it cost me $85,000 in 4 years, and I still have not seen my kid. And my name's Jake Midoff, and yeah, my kids are in Ohio, and yeah, no reason at all. I've never been convicted of a crime, never. I just wanted to be a dad. And yeah, this is my 5th Christmas without my kids, and I haven't seen my kids. Been allowed, I should say, have not been allowed, have been denied to even see or have parenting time with my children in 3.5 years. This is my 5th Christmas without them. And it's just, yeah, we can't afford, they're denying us due process, denying us rights right off the bat, and we're being treated as criminals without being, convicted or even charged with anything. We're just being denied rights right off the bat. And so, yeah, if you're denied to even play the game, I mean, how can you win the game?
Sir, I mean,
I know, maybe bring this up the chain of yours, like to the governor, congressman, you know what I mean, where they got more power to.
Oh, sir, we've done all these things. We have done all of these things.
It has gotten nowhere.
I ran for governor in 2018. You understand? This is part of the reprisal, right? Okay. We can do it together. We can pull up. You could pull up where I demanded, look, it was a conspiracy. Listen to me. Judge Salvi's brother, Al Salvi, demanded my gubernatorial nomination in 2018. I have evidence of that. This was a public demand. It was reported, I believe, in the Daily Herald. It was also reported through another publication there in Illinois that my judge's brother, my judge who was overseeing my case, his brother demanded my gubernatorial nomination. right? This man was overseeing my custody case. Do you see a clear conflict of interest when the man refused to recuse himself? There's an entire article from the Daily Herald written on this, where a verbal battle ensued between me and the judge because he refused to recuse. His brother demanded my gubernatorial nomination. I didn't do it. And a month or two later, I lost contact with my son. He severed contact with my son. That's a political conspiracy to deprive me of my children. And they've gotten away with it. They've gotten away with kidnapping my children. And I am now a political refugee outside of the state. I had to flee the state because I knew that they would come for me. Because I had been a whistleblower, and nobody got involved when he severed contact with my daughter. He had no jurisdiction to do what he did. It was in federal court, right? I don't expect you to be an expert on that. My attorney, Ted Bush, who's enjoying Christmas at home, hopefully with his family, will reinforce and back up everything that I'm telling you, that what they have done is in fact unconstitutional. They broke Illinois law and they broke federal law, and this judge doesn't have any immunity because of the breaking of federal law. He lost that.
Your attorney can't do anything. Your attorney right now is probably the most power you have.
Years. How many years should we wait to not see our kids? What's the appropriate answer? At what point in time does it become inhumane? Right? They would never allow the military to use this type of torture per the Geneva Convention. We would never be permitted to take anybody's children and weaponize them against people. That's what's been done to me. My children have been weaponized against me because I was a whistleblower. Where are the whistleblower protections? I'm trying to find those. If my kids were taken, the law was broken. That's in fact a kidnapping. It was done under fraud. Judges have been arrested for fraud before. This judge and Salvi, as well as Christensen, who never voided these orders out in accordance with her judicial canons and Illinois law, she's complicit in it. She
all that stuff's done federally.
I'm sorry, what's done federally?
All that, to arrest a judge, all that stuff, because they go through a process and all that stuff. And I mean, your best bet is the FBI.
They're not going through the process.
The FBI hangs up on us. The FBI hangs up on us. That's the problem, right? And so, because the FBI down there in the field office in Cook County, they don't take me seriously. And I'm not saying you don't take me seriously. I'm saying that the policies and practices of the courts don't take it seriously, nor do the state's attorneys, because they've been allowed to get away with this for so long. And I can't allow it to continue. As a father, I have an obligation to protect my children. As a veteran and a service member, I have an obligation to defend the Constitution against domestic enemies. These people are domestic enemies. So therefore, I have to effect a lawful arrest of them. And I'm giving you the opportunity to arrest them before I do.
Well, I mean, that isn't going to happen. You know what I mean? It's not going to be hard.
I wouldn't say that, my friend. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that that's not going to happen.
No, I'm saying municipally as the municipal law enforcement department here.
Okay, you guys aren't. Yeah, I would imagine that you guys aren't going to affect the arrest, which is why I'm giving you the common courtesy to let you know. Look, I know you guys are busy. They've got you out there doing bullshit out on the streets on your details. You're doing bullshit. I get it, right? They wouldn't enforce it for you any more than they'll enforce it for me, right? I wouldn't expect your police department to stand up for you or your kids any more than they'll stand up for me, because those are the policies and practices established by the executive branch, right? And it's them that have allowed for this to continue. The executive branch hasn't gotten involved, and they've allowed the judicial branch to systemically violate due process rights under color of law without the appropriate charges and convictions. And that's what is going to have to happen.
Okay, sir. Well, I'll just get your name and stuff, and then I'll just bring this up.
Did you take a full? Are you going to take a full police report?
No, I'm just gonna bring it up. I can't take a full.
What do you mean you can't take a full police report? Please help me understand, bud. Just help me. Help me understand this. Why you're not going to take a police report on this?
Right. Okay. So I'm gonna bring this up to my supervisor and stuff, and they'll fully probably say that it's gonna be a whole civil matter. So, you know what I mean?
Right, but it's not. It's criminal, right? And that's the problem.
Right, but
it's not civil. It's criminal.
Your perspective right now.
No, it's not from my perspective. It's from the law. If somebody murdered somebody and I saw it, would I say it's from my perspective? No, I would say they murdered them. Right?
If you have a victim call you on the phone and want to report a crime, you're going to take all the information down and start a police report. That's just standard police operating procedure. That's what you need to be doing here with Cash.
Okay, but this is municipally within. Well, okay, this is the courthouse with a judge that's in federal jurisdiction. You know what I mean?
No, he's not in federal jurisdiction. Why? He's an appointed circuit court judge.
Okay.
He's an appointee in Lake County. Correct.
With Lake County.
With Lake County.
Like your best bet is with the Lake County Sheriff's Department, where you used to be employed, correct?
No, I was a reserve sheriff's deputy there whenever I was a company commander or a recruit division commander over at Naval Station Great Lakes.
Hey, how's it going? Okay. So reserve recruit.
No, I was a reserve sheriff's deputy with Lake County. I volunteered with those guys.
Okay.
Hundreds of hours. I've got letters of commendation from Sheriff Mark Curran.
Okay, then like I said, you should bring that situation to the table to them. You know what I mean?
Okay, but I still want you to take this report for Waukegan. Right. For my records, I need a police report that it was filed.
Okay, like I said, I gotta take your name and then I'll bring this up to the supervisor, okay?
Okay. So you're not gonna do the police report.
I gotta bring it up with the supervisor first, okay?
So you're going to have a supervisor
Call me. Have a supervisor call me, right?
Okay, yeah, I will.
Let's do that. Just have the supervisor call. Let's get it out of your hands.
Sure.
All right. I'll be standing. Yeah, I'll be standing by.
Go ahead with your name and number. I gotta go talk to him upstairs first.
Cash Jackson.
Cash.
Jackson.
Spell Jackson.
Jackson. Cash with a K.
Cash with a K. And then number?
479-847-0224. Right now, it would just be myself and a few other men coming to effect this arrest. But I would imagine as word grows about this, it's probably going to be a lot more men that will come.
Okay. All right. Well, let me bring this up with my supervisor. He's probably going to call you back in a bit, okay?
All right.
All right.
CJ, you want to come online for a second? I need to go to the restroom.
Yeah, I figured everybody would realize I'm here at some point. Merry Christmas. If I don't want to assume the adjective of your Christmas. So Christmas. I'm sure we have the delay still.
Probably.
At this point, Cash, at this point, Cash, I would say they are denying the accused that you've accused their due process rights to their Sixth Amendment because you are publicly accusing them of felony. And yeah, so this is the War is Hell team, I guess, not really a podcast this morning. There are about 70 new comments right now, so I'm not even going to try to go through that. Yes, some of you look like you've caught on that I was here. I was watching with like as many of you guys, and I figured Cash needed a little assistance this morning, and so I hope that I've put some relevant points on the screen as they were discussing things for those of you that might not understand. I mean, because this when you're in this type of situation with your kids being taken from you, it's a lot of information that you have to consume, learn, and ultimately know how to articulate. Not many people know how to articulate the Sixth Amendment in all criminal prosecutions. Again, all criminal prosecutions. When you're accusing somebody of a crime, that starts the criminal process. And the accused, in this case, the judges, the attorneys, and the mother, they're not going to be able to enjoy the right to a speedy or public trial because the police in this case, the law enforcement in this case, are not taking the report. And by not taking a report, law enforcement is actually actively denying the due process rights of the accused now in this case. So now, not only do you have Cash's constitutional rights being violated, you have them violating the due process rights of the accused in this case, i.e. the judges, attorneys, and the mother in this case of the fraud kidnapping of Cash's children. And so it's a lot to take in, but like I said, Cash, I figured you could use some assistance this morning, so hopped on and still had access. So
I could, and I appreciate that.
I was just explaining to people that
I'm going to need more support.
You know, this is do a quick recap. I might have to go get some water because today's gonna be a long day. I think today's gonna be a long day, CJ. All right, well, we'll get started. So by an impartial,
I think today's gonna be a long day for a lot of people.
Yeah, by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed. So it's very important to note when in the Sixth Amendment that when you're ascertaining which jurisdiction a crime occurred in, it's where the crime occurred. So calling California when your case is in Illinois is completely a waste of time. Calling the wrong jurisdiction can be detrimental to you, really, because you're just talking to nobody that cares. But when you're calling the county and the jurisdiction where the crime was ascertained to have been committed, that's where the criminal charges and prosecutions and investigations need to take place. Otherwise, if I accuse somebody, let's say I accuse a guy 3 houses down of being a pedophile and raping his children, right? Am I gonna call the county 4 counties over to do an investigation? Fuck no. I'm gonna call my sheriff's department and I'm gonna make an accusation. Now he should be investigated. He should have what's called due process rights. His Sixth Amendment still applies, even though he might have done something completely heinous. And so, again, that's, and if he doesn't get that due process, what he has is me being an accuser out there saying all this stuff, and he doesn't have what's called due process and the right to a counsel to defend himself, for a compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, or to confront me, the person against him. So that's why, again, these officers that take this approach that they can hang up on you, that they can deny you this due process procedurally, especially on a federal level, it really gets pretty intense. But the thing is that when we're discussing your Sixth Amendment right, it's not just for you accusing somebody. You are actively, in this case, advocating for something that was denied to you, which is your due process. And I can tell you, and I'll bet you I already know the answer, but Cash, having had your due process rights violated, you wouldn't wish this on your worst enemies, would you?
No. And this is the problem, is that as you've seen this morning, I've been on the phone now with 3 or 4 different agencies. None of them take you seriously. None of them. They don't give a shit. They don't fucking care that American men and women are having their kids kidnapped from them. Nobody cares. And it's something that, we got Waukegan calling back. Let's see.
Let's see what they say.
Hello.
Hi, I'm looking for Mr. Jackson.
Speaking.
Hi, this is Sergeant Langwith, Waukegan Police Department.
Yes, Sergeant. How are you today?
I'm okay. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, brother.
Okay. What can I do for you?
Well, took me a little bit to get through your officer down there at the desk, but I wanted to make sure that I thoroughly explain myself to each person I speak with. I am a retired Navy veteran. I'm a former reserve sheriff's deputy there in Lake County. I was aspiring to be a federal law enforcement officer at one time during my military career. And so I've got a number of friends still in the Lake County Sheriff's Department, some that work over at the courthouse, some that are Gurney Police and Lake Villa Police. So I know a substantial amount of guys up there. And so I hope that you'll take the time and on this Christmas day and take me seriously in each thing that I'm going to say to you, that I am a whistleblower on government corruption. I'm a whistleblower on my own case in particular there in Lake County, but I am not the only one. I have other cases there, multiple cases, as a matter of fact, some dealing with the exact same judge. I'm going to would like to file a police report with that my children were taken under fraud and under color of law. And it was done so because I was a whistleblower. I went very public with what I was talking about, and the punishment for that was to take my children under color of law. Now, you're probably thinking it's not criminal, it's civil. It is not civil. What was done was a crime was committed by a judge as a reprisal. And I believe that some of that, with the evidence that I have, was politically motivated, because at that time I was running for governor of Illinois as a libertarian in March of 2018. At that time, my judge's brother did demand publicly my gubernatorial nomination. This was reported in the Daily Herald. I never gave that. I never relinquished my nomination to my judge's brother. And after that, or preceding that, he severed contact with my son, all of which was done in violation of my due process rights. And I know that you're quite familiar with due process rights. I know you guys receive extensive training on that. And I've exhausted all of my resources. And what I'm calling today for on this Christmas day is to try and give the final and last opportunity for Lake County to investigate this crime, charge the appropriate people, and to reinstate mine and my children's constitutional rights to be a family. I have several men that are on the line with me that were vouched for what I'm doing. One with, he's a prior major in the Army National Guard for 20 years. He spent in the military and 4 years as a highway patrolman. The other gentleman has 23 years in the Army. He worked at the highest command in the United States Army. He was a senior enlisted. He's also going through this. These men support me in what I'm doing, and I will be left with no other alternative but to come to Illinois and effect a citizen's arrest and charge these people with the various crimes that they have committed. I have an attorney. I've had an attorney in representation for a long time now. But when the entire system is rigged against you, that justice delayed is justice denied. And now this is the third Christmas I've woke up myself and my nation. Do I continue to live and suffer under this type of tyranny? Or do I do what's constitutional and what's lawful? And it's lawful to effect a citizen's arrest. And this crime is ongoing. For each day that I don't see or speak to my kids, the crime is ongoing and the abuse is ongoing. It's caused systemic harm to me and my family, my mother and my brothers and the woman that I've been with for 6 years that's helped to support me through this. Yeah, you can.
Can I interject for a second?
You may.
Where are the kids living now?
They live there in Illinois. To my knowledge, I take that back. To my knowledge, the last of my recollection and knowing, whenever I was allowed to know, was in there in Lake County. Yes.
Okay, Lake County where?
In Mundelein.
Okay.
Or I'm sorry, Lindenhurst.
Okay. First off, why are we speaking? I'm the Waukegan Police Department.
Because the crime occurred in Waukegan at the Waukegan courthouse. That's where the crime took place.
That's not my jurisdiction. and I have no authority over that. Happened in Lake County Sheriff's jurisdiction.
So Lake County Sheriff has jurisdiction over the everything in the courthouse?
Yes, they do.
Oh, so if there was any type of crime committed inside there, then you guys don't get involved at all.
Short of an active shooter.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm not an active shooter, but your guys's department will probably be called upon though whenever myself and the men that need to arrest these other men and women come to Illinois. So I want you to know who you've spoken to, what I look like, so that when I show up there, you know that I'm not coming there to harm you or any police officers, but to effect a citizen's arrest.
Okay. Well, yeah. Okay.
I think it's important that your department knows who I am, so that hopefully they don't overreact and shoot me in the face, because I mean no ill will or harm towards any police officers. I merely just mean to effect a personal citizen's arrest inside your jurisdiction.
Where do you live at, sir?
Where am I at?
Yeah.
I'm in Logan County, Arkansas. If you want to call that sheriff's department, you're more than welcome.
Okay. When do you plan on coming to town to effect this citizen's arrest?
Probably December 31st, January 1st. Yeah, and Sergeant. Yeah, I just want to make sure that.
Hold on.
Yep.
Who are the names of the folks you plan on arresting?
Judge Joseph Salvi, P. Salvi, is one. Judge Janelle Christensen is one. Let me know if I go too fast and you can write them down.
I got those two, Salvi and Christensen.
Judge Christopher Morizin. Morizin, Morozin, I believe. Morizin.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yes, Attorney Raymond Boldt. There's several attorneys. Attorney Sally Lichter. Attorney Nicole Slobe. Attorney Mark Fisher. Attorney Ronald Bell. Attorney Gary Schlesinger. And Julia Winderweedle. That's the mother of the children.
What is that last name again?
Winderweedle, Winderweedle, Winderweedle. And if this is a federal crime, I'll arrest them and I'll take them to a federal prison. But I've called the FBI, and the FBI doesn't take this seriously and hang up on me. So I'm doing the best that I can to let my law enforcement brothers know that I'm not there to harm you or any of you or any citizens or anyone else. I'm there to effect a citizen's arrest and to have charged the people that committed these crimes with the appropriate crimes. And that's going to be somebody that's more intelligent to me as to all of those and what their specific U.S. title codes are and or federal and state statutes. My attorney, Ted Bush, could probably summarize these along with attorney Carson Tucker. And I've probably got another list of attorneys that can verify, in fact, what was done is in violation of federal and state law. And as a result, as someone who is still tasked with defending the Constitution against domestic enemies, I am calling these people domestic enemies of the people, and I have a constitutional obligation to continue to uphold my oath. I will have many witnesses with me and people in tow. I will not be coming alone.
Okay, the only advice I would give you is I would personally probably not follow through with your plans.
Yeah.
Secondly, I would probably say that anything that's in order or any judge's order is technically a civil dispute. However, if you have an issue with the judicial system, which I do not have any jurisdiction over either, I would contact the Illinois Attorney General's office.
Yeah, it's not a matter of jurisdiction. It's
other than trying to commit what you believe to be a citizen's arrest.
well, yeah, I guess I believe that, and I guess others believe that, and if Waukegan selectively enforces the law, and as Lake County selectively enforces the law, that's entirely upon you and your police department and your policies and practices. But
Sure.
but they're
I'm sure if you have all these buddies in law enforcement, I'm pretty sure they tell you the same thing.
yeah, you're right, they probably would, which is why the system perpetuates itself, is because nobody actually enforces the law, which is why it doesn't change. So, my buddies in law enforcement, because they want to feed their families and they don't want to lose their jobs. They don't want to lose their pensions and benefits. And I completely understand that as a man and as a father who has children that he wants to provide for. I understand the fear and anxiety that comes with standing up and doing the right thing. But sometimes you just have to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do.
Okay, very well. I've got your information, or actually, spell your first name, Mr. Jackson.
Well, it's my middle name, but it's what I go by. I don't use my first name unless you just want that for your report. Yeah, Grayson Cash Jackson is the entire name. GRAYSON KASH Jackson.
What is your birthday, sir?
10/4/78, October 4th, 1978. I'm 42 years old.
Okay. I've got your telephone number. What is your address in Arkansas?
I don't want to share that over the line right now.
Okay.
My address. I mean, it's not going to be hard for you to find. I know you'll have it pulled up pretty quick. So a couple phone calls, you'll have it.
Okay, fair enough. If you want to stand by 1 second, I'm getting a report number for you.
Man, I appreciate you. I'm actually going to get a police report number.
What you can do with it then is also, like I said, I would reach out to the Attorney General's office before you go through with whatever plan you have in mind, because on my end of it, I don't think it's going to end up good.
Yeah, that
just my opinion.
Yeah,
I'd rather see you do it lawfully, and you may disagree with me, but like I said, I'll give you the report number. You can go to the Attorney General's office, because those sound like all court decisions, and all that kind of stuff would have to be investigated by them. Like if you're saying a judge is corrupt or the people in the system are corrupt, that would all have to be investigated by the Attorney General.
Well, yeah, and that's
the Attorney General they have their own investigators who are independent of the judicial system. So that's why everything would go through there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, through the AG's office.
Yeah, that's correct.
And I would surmise nobody's in that office today.
Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely not.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know, but I thought what better way than, on Christmas Day, of course, to let you guys know, and I'm thankful for you guys being out there and doing the job that you're doing. I hate that they use you guys and they weaponize you guys against the people, because you come from our neighborhoods and you're working men and women. And I genuinely feel bad for the amount of abuse that's heaped upon the police, when I've got great friends who are in there, and I know that they're doing the best they can to just provide for their families, given the circumstances they live in. And many of you have proud police history, and you wanted to follow in your father's footsteps, or your brothers, or your uncles, or your moms, or what have you. And you try and do that, and then you get in there and you see there's all these bullshit laws you have to enforce on people that haven't harmed anyone. And some of you actually have a heart about that, and you say to yourself, yeah, this just isn't right. We shouldn't be doing this to people. And yet they hold your family's livelihood over your head if you don't do it. And I feel bad for you guys in that position. But I do appreciate you taking a police report and taking the time to listen to me today. And I hope that one day we meet in person and can shake hands, and it won't be a violent, transaction. I hope that I can come to Illinois and peacefully effect a citizen's arrest and hold the people accountable for the crimes that they've committed. And not have blue on green transpire in Lake County, because I don't think that's going to be good for anybody.
Well, I would agree with that last statement, and also I would encourage you to speak further with your attorneys and whatever actions you think you plan on taking. Because, like I said, I think in my mind, or at least my knowledge of the law, and everyone, I'm no lawyer, but what you described to me thus far are civil issues. Again, under the law of the state of Illinois that I'm aware of, you can't make a lawful arrest for what you've described because the judge has ordered against you in a custody dispute.
Yeah. May I ask you this? Because I don't have it in front of me, or your statute. What is does your code there define what kidnapping is? Is there what's the legal definition there with the Waukegan Police Department that defines kidnapping? Because I know that you'll enforce if there was an allegation of parental kidnapping, for instance. What is the legal definition there?
It wouldn't be kidnapping if the judge has ordered the kids to be with one parent or the other.
No, it's illegal if by way of fraud you've taken children, and that's what happened, is that it was done under fraud. And to my understanding of the definition of kidnapping that I read, sir, the legal definition was that this meets the requirements for kidnapping.
Not if there's a judge's order, sir.
Let me say this. There was a judge in Pennsylvania that was issuing orders that sent kids to a for-profit juvenile detention facility, and he was
Pennsylvania. This is the state of Illinois. I only follow Illinois compiled statutes.
That's okay. I'm just saying the action itself was criminal, but yet he had issued orders. That's what I'm saying. So just because there's an order issued doesn't make it lawful. And if it rises to this level, I mean, if he issued an order to have me shot and killed, would that be lawful because he ordered it? No, it's kind of rhetorical and a more extreme example, but it's only more extreme than kidnapping.
If a judge's order was either illegal or unethical, it would have to be appealed to the Illinois Supreme Court.
Yeah, I realize that, but unfortunately they've conspired to block my due process rights. I can't get to the appeals court without thousands of dollars.
Civil rights attorney.
But you need money I have $10. You want to help me out this Christmas Day with a civil rights attorney?
There's free services out there in many states, if not counties, that offer free legal advice.
Yeah, but you don't get free legal advice for kidnappings, which is what this is. So anyways, I see the direction that you want to continue to go. I'm not going to spin your wheelhouse round and round about this whole attorney nonsense. I've been through plenty of them. So, which is why I'm going to have to come up there and arrest your judges. And if the Department of Justice.
Let me put it this way. If you come up into Illinois, okay, and you're armed.
I can exercise my Second Amendment right. That's not unlawful.
In the state of Illinois, you need to have permits to carry a firearm.
I have one, and I have a pocket constitution nearby, sir.
Okay. And what I would advise you is if you come up here and try to arrest all these folks you say, it's going to be unlawful, and we would have to arrest you. So just as a warning.
Okay. Okay. Well,
just so we understand each other.
Okay. Well, I mean, so you understand me, then in return, I'll have to arrest you.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that.
Well, December 31st.
What I can do for you, Mr. Jackson.
Okay. Yeah, you have my. Can I get that report before we hang up?
Absolutely. You ready?
Yep, I'm ready.
20-59
59 599. I have 2059 599. And one more time, your name, Sergeant? Langless. Can you spell that for me, please?
LANGLAIS
*703. *703.
Yep.
I appreciate your time today, sir. You've been a gentleman. I do appreciate it.
Okay. Good luck to you. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, sir. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. So here's the predicament, right? This is what we have, right? You're not taken seriously until you take serious steps. And on this Christmas day, I want Judge Salvi and Judge Christensen and all of them to enjoy their Christmas, right? I want them to enjoy their time. Hope their kids laugh and they get lots of great gifts. Because in 2021, this all changes. This is the last of it. This is the last year I'll spend without my children. And their alternatives are to kill an honorably discharged Navy veteran who's not hurt anybody. I've not hurt anyone. I've been continuously hurt day after day after day, along with my friends and my family and those around me. And on this Christmas day, there's not one gift sitting under my tree. Not one. Not one present for my children. When I woke up this morning, the pain was too much to bear. I thought I was going to be able to make it through another Christmas, and I couldn't. I couldn't do it. I can't do it. Not without definitively saying publicly, and you guys witnessing, my peaceful attempts to resolve this matter. I can't go another Christmas without my children. I don't believe that I'm going to make it another year without my kids because the pain is that traumatic. And you don't understand because many of you wake up with your children and you can't fathom the amount of trauma being imposed upon myself and my kids. That all we wanted was just the opportunity to be parents. That's it. This is all that I've wanted. To hold my kids, love my kids, raise my kids. That's it. And in 20 years of service to this country, by God, my kids are owed that, and so am I. And I'm tired of being told no, that I can't be a dad to my kids. So I'll do what's necessary. I'll do what other people won't do, and I'll go and effect a citizen's arrest. And if those of you want to join me, please join me. Walk with me. And I'll exercise my Second Amendment right peacefully. I'll exercise my First Amendment right peacefully. But I'm going to arrest the people responsible. And they'll probably take out orders of protection or whatever else they need to take out. Fine, go take them out. That piece of paper is not going to stop me from arresting you. I'm going to arrest you. And if I have to do it alone, then I'll do it alone. But I'll arrest you peacefully unless you give me reason not to. If you want to join me on this, right, and you don't want to see me gunned down, I don't want to be gunned down. I don't want to be a martyr. I don't want to die. I want to be a dad. But I'm willing to die for my kids. And this is it. This is it for me, 2020, right? 2020. This is it. No veteran should ever wake up and think of ending their life because of the pain caused by not seeing their kids. Never. Not in this country. Not in this world. Any man or woman who served their nation honorably, any person, any citizen, you have a natural right to be a parent to your kids. I've got a natural right to be a parent to mine. And there's no answer here. Nobody knows the best way to go about this. Nobody knows. If somebody's being killed out here, right? If a judge issued an order, the policies and practices that the police departments have in this country, well, it's per court order. There's actually United States Supreme Court precedents of a case in Texas of a judge that ordered an attorney beaten by the police, by the local police, before he was brought in. Maybe CJ can bring it up for me. They ordered this man, or the judge ordered a man beaten before being brought in. There was a court order. It was civil, and the police executed it. Right? And when it went up, this was within Texas, and whenever it went up to the Supreme Court came back and said, nothing we can do. Judge has immunity. A judge can literally order, and this is case precedence. A judge can order to have you beaten and brought before them and get off with immunity because they did it while acting underneath their color of law. What's a life worth? What is a life worth if not for this? If not for this, what's worth dying for? I want you to tell me that. Are your children worth dying for? I hear every parent saying, I'd die for my kids. Many of you wouldn't. You wouldn't die for your kids. Truth be known. You wouldn't. That's a sad reality. All I've got is a stack of pictures on my desk. That's what I have. And me and these men down here with me, we have the pain that we carry every day. If you're tired of that, I'm asking that you join me. I'm asking you for your help. I am. I'm asking you to help me to make sure they don't kill me. I don't want to die. I do not want to die. I want to raise my kids, man. I want to be a dad. I'm willing to fight for my kids, man. I can't speak for everyone else. I'm tired of looking at photos. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of just looking at photos and longing to see my kids. Come on, man. How many episodes do I need to hold up pictures of my kids? I mean, come on, man. How many? Somebody tell me that. Kate and Kaylee, Daddy misses you. He misses you so much. I was a good dad. No matter what anybody says, I was a good dad. What's happened to my kids and I, and my friends, the people that I call my family, what's happened to them in their own lives is the same. And nobody takes any of us seriously. Until we take the steps necessary to show them that we are serious. We're not going to take it anymore. If we don't take the steps necessary, what then? It continues. For those of you just joining, these are my friends. Fathers like Brad, New York firefighter, waking up this Christmas day not seeing his kids. My friend Mike Gilligan, CJ Abernathy, Iris Scott. I can go on and on and on and on. Those of us being denied access to our kids. So I've got no choice but to effect a citizen's arrest. to let them know that these crimes will stop. They're not going to continue. If you've had your kids kidnapped, you can call me. I want to hear from you. I want you to tell the world, like me, that your kids have been kidnapped from you. Just because a judge signed it doesn't make it lawful. Just because a judge signed it does not make it lawful. I'll say that again. Just because a judge signed it doesn't make it lawful. They break the law every day. They deny due process every day. So that ends. That's going to end. And I know some of you are saying, Cash, don't put yourself out there like that. You can stand next to me. You can stand next to me. I want you to. That's flattering. That's my kids, man. We were crazy. We caught up together. We laughed together. We joked. We had a good time. We were family. Come on, man. Does that little girl look scared of me? I never harmed a hair on that girl's head. She didn't like having to do push-ups. She did them in gymnastics too, though. She was really strong, my daughter. Chris Cole, yeah, come on the show. I'm not the only one. Who else? You guys are permitted to come out of the woodwork. Right? I want you to feel empowered to come out and say enough is enough, America. I want you to stand with me. I want you to be a part of this. I need you to be a part of it. Your kids need you to be a part of it. That's my mama. She's terrified for me right now. She's terrified for me. My mama should never have to be terrified for her son. She doesn't see or speak to her grandchildren, and her heart's broken. Look at her. That's my mother at my daughter's school. We went there, and I was there all the time. I volunteered. I came in and spent time with the class. They invited me in on Veterans Day. You know, the kids wrote me letters. I was a good dad. Kids shouldn't have, you're right. Kids shouldn't have to figure this out on their own. They shouldn't be going through this. On this Christmas Day, don't tell me my kids, whether or not they say anything or not, don't think about me today. Right? I'll be back. I hope they don't kill me. I hope to God they don't shoot me. If somebody shoots me, though, I hope that it's my friend Lee Cooper or my brother Shay Reed. If anybody shoots and kills me, please let it be one of my friends. Not somebody I don't know. Could be a long day. Could be a long few days. Could be. It's on the it's on the record. It's on the record. What you got, buddy?
I'm just gonna see what's going on.
I'm online. I left a thorough report with the Round Lake Police, and I'm going to call the Lake County Sheriffs next, and I'm giving them time to make their appropriate phone calls. Their chains.
Mm-hmm.
You can get going whenever you need.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I wish I had more time. I'd like to stand by here.
No, you get going.
I have
you got a son to go see.
Yeah, and on the way, my older boy, and he just had a baby about a week and a half ago, and they're on the way up to Missouri. They're by Lee Summit up there.
Right.
So it's kind of, I was gonna stop and see them for a couple hours.
Well, come here and sit down for a second. Let you. I just want you to give. I just want you to tell, from your perspective as a former highway patrolman and major, am I wrong here in saying that this is a crime, it's unconstitutional, and that these people need to be arrested?
No, you're exactly right. I concur 100%. Crimes are being committed against these children and these fathers. And as a former highway patrolman, it just disgusts me to see law enforcement taking such an inactive stance against this. They don't want to do anything. And it's a disgrace. They're not defending the Constitution they swore to defend, because these corrupt judges are violating the law. They're kidnapping, they're extorting, and they should be arrested. And Cash is absolutely right in everything he's saying about this. So I concur. And if I was back in law enforcement, and if I knew then what I knew now, I'd be onto this. I'd be making the arrest myself. So,
well, maybe come December 31st, you might be able to join me.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's going to come down to citizens arrest. I think that's what needs to happen. Citizens have the right to make a lawful arrest if they have evidence that a felony has occurred. You can look up the definition of citizens arrest, but they have every lawful right to do that if a crime has been committed in their presence.
Right.
So, and obviously crimes have been committed in your presence.
Right.
You're the victim of a crime, of those crimes. So yeah, I'm just disgusted with law enforcement's stance on these things. So,
well, Wayne, you've been a good friend, man, and I appreciate you coming down for Christmas. And you know, maybe if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing right now. And I'm trying to do it last step peacefully, you know?
Yeah, I know you are. And you're taking every peaceful step that a reasonable person could ever expect a person to take. And, you know, those means are exhausted.
They're exhausted.
Yeah.
Right.
You've tried everything. I mean, who else can you contact?
I don't know.
You know,
there's nobody else I can contact.
I can't think of anybody. So yeah, you've done all you can. And, you know, I appreciate your efforts. I appreciate what you're doing. And I just appreciate everybody that supports you as well.
Well, so, love you, brother.
Yeah. I'm sorry you don't have your kids for Christmas, man, but hang in there.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you, buddy. So yeah, I wish you the best. I hope it goes through, but I want to be there to support you whenever I can and however I can.
Well, you have been.
I appreciate that. So take care, bud.
Appreciate you, brother. Drop safe.
Love you. God bless you,
Love
man.
you,
and good luck with that, man. I'm just keep in touch, buddy.
I will.
We'll see.
Drive safe.
Okay. I'll let you know when I get there and everything.
Okay.
You want me to tell Jake just to hang out there some more or what?
Or he can come up here with me if he wants.
Okay, I'll tell him. See you, bud.
You want to call the White House? We'll call them. I've called them before.
Yeah, but call the switchboard
let's call them.
and ask to speak to the President of the United States. Don't call for comment.
456-1414. He's busy on Christmas, I have no doubt. You know, man is busy.
Well, ask to talk to Melania because she's speaking to kids about where Santa Claus was last night. She's not busy, I promise you.
Yes, sir. I'm a disabled veteran, and I'm calling to file a complaint with the White House for the executive branch not following through on complaints about my children's kidnapping.
Who do you want to speak with about that?
Well, I would love to speak to the president. He and I had spoken prior to, and he asked me to get a note to him. And I hope you take me seriously. I am an honorably discharged Navy veteran. I did do 20 years.
Do you have an appointment there?
No, I don't have an appointment. I have national security secrets at hand, though.
You would need an appointment to speak to the president.
You need an appointment if national secrets related to certain foreign adversaries is at risk. Is that you need an appointment for that? I don't know if that's right.
Everyone needs an appointment.
Yeah. Kim Jong-un too, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, how do I go about making this appointment with the commander in chief?
On the White House website or mailing in a letter requesting an appointment.
What line did I get? I sometimes the numbers are mixed up here on the internet.
Doing the White House switchboard.
White House what?
Switchboard.
Switchboard. Okay. Oh, okay. And what offices can you transfer me to there?
There's a public holiday. All offices are closed.
Oh yeah. I bet they're having a good Christmas with their kids, but you got to work. They got switchboard operators working on Christmas over there. Yeah, you don't sound like you're having a good Christmas either, man. I'm sorry. You there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You got kids at home?
How may I direct your call?
Well, I would really like to talk to Melania or the commander in chief.
Do you have an appointment, sir?
No, can I leave a message with them? Is there
One moment.
someplace I can leave a note for them?
Thank you for calling the White House comment line. The office is temporarily closed. Your comment is important to President Donald J. Trump. If you would like to send a message to President Trump, please visit our website at www.whitehouse.gov/contact.
It's good Christmas.
Thank you again for contacting the White House.
See? Well, of course, I know I'm not going to get to the president. Come on, man. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Just a crazy old veteran living out in the woods. That's me. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Merry Christmas to me. I need some more water. I should go downstairs and get some. Well, we got a police report. It's actually kind of, I think, the first one. That might be a success right there, CJ Abernathy. There's an actual police report. Yeah, I don't care if these people. Well, they've determined that I'm not going to be a dad. CJ, you know, this is it's a fucked up world we live in, man. It is a fucked up world we live in. You know. Phone call from my kids, man. You know. Can't get a phone call. Nothing. That's too much to fucking bear. CJ, you don't have to stay online either, man. This might be a long day. You know, you got a Christmas, go spend with your family. Spend it with your family. You ain't got to spend it hanging out with me. Chill. There we go. Some fucking holly jolly motherfucking music this Christmas day. Let's get it on. Adam Squire is an angry man, and he should be. He has full right to be. You know, I don't fault that man for being angry. CJ, just keep those photos going, man. I like those. It's helping, believe it or not. Look at my kids' faces there. They shut down all of the, you know, it's very rare you get through and actually have a human being that even takes a report. All right. FBI hangs up on you. These fuck bags up in Cook County. All right. FBI is not welcome at my house, period. Fucking period. End of story. FBI is corrupt and not welcome. Well, what's happened to me is been a long line of perpetual abuse, and Dr. Jim Bedell, the professional in this case, would testify the feelings that I have are all a product of having been denied access to my children by a gatekeeper in a court system that wanted to silence me. But that didn't happen. I don't get to have a peaceful, good Christmas, so neither do they. So Merry Christmas, Judge Salvi. I'm going to come arrest you on January 1. December 31st is your last day as a free man. I hope you enjoy it. Same with you, Judge Janelle Christensen. Enjoy your last week, right? Because it may be a military tribunal that you get to go through for domestic terrorism. I think I can charge them under the Patriot Act. Can I, CJ? I don't know. Can I? I don't know if I can. Who judges them when the judges won't judge them, right? Who arrests them when the police won't arrest them? Who prosecutes them when the whole judiciary is taking part in this? Who does it? Just leave up my kids there, man. I hope they know their dad loves them. You know, I hope my kids know that I love them. Last Christmas, and I'm going to spend without my kids. That's it. Last one. I'm not going to do it again. And there's just no headed on for a nap, she says. How do you wish your kids a Merry Christmas, man, without breaking down when you haven't seen them for years? Man, I don't even know how to do it. How do you wish them a Merry Christmas? No, kiddos. I don't know, man. Maybe your dad is just crazy. Maybe they'll just put me in a loony bin and just put me away and fucking medicate me and throw away the key. That's probably the thing for them to do. Stuff me in a deep, dark hole somewhere. I've done all the exposing you could do. All the exposing one person can do, I've already done. CJ, we bring up that newspaper article again, man. Where Salvi called me arrogant and self-centered. Here's the evidence. FBI. Fucking Bureau of Idiots. Let's calm and quiet here. Yeah, let's go into that. Judge calls gubernatorial candidate self-centered during heated exchange.
It's behind a paywall, Cash.
Here it is.
Pay for a subscription for that.
Oh, you got to pay for it. Yeah. Yeah, you got to pay for it. Maybe somebody will pay for it and send it over to us. I'm not going to pay for it. Yeah, there it is. There's part of it. His brother, Al Salvi, demanded my gubernatorial nomination. Now, he severed contact with my daughter before that, if I remember right. And then my son came afterwards in November of 2018. That's when he severed contact with my son. Right there, Caden. He's a good kid, man. Neither one of them should have to go through this. You know, some days you want to leave the country. You just want to up and pack your shit and leave. But what do? You just keep fighting. Yeah. They're not going to like this one. You guys will like this one. They're not going to like it. They're not going to like it, and I don't give a shit. What the fucking USO? Let me go to the restroom. You guys take a break. You guys want to stick around? I'm going to make a phone call, and I think you're going to like it.
songs that men their songs employ, while fields and gardens, rocks, hills and plains repeat the sounding joy, repeat the sounding joy, repeat the sounding joy.
Coming in? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. You can come sit. Come sit. What's up, Chris?
Hey, what's up?
How are you?
I'm all right, man. I just got I got done doing Christmas stuff over here. Let's see if you can see.
Oh yeah, there you go. Nice.
And so I just, was wrapping gifts, and you popped on, and I know I can't relate to the not seeing my kids, but I thought I would give a friend a call, and since you were doing a broadcast, I'd hop on here with you and talk.
Well, I appreciate you coming in.
Yeah, man. How you doing?
I'd love to lie to your face and tell you I'm great, Chris, but I'm not.
I know. That's why I'm here.
And that's the shitty, that's the shitty part, is that, you just got to fucking say it for what it is. I'm not doing okay.
Yeah. So I felt like you were having a moment and you might need some support.
Really? Yeah. I do, Chris. I do need the support. I fucking do.
Well,
right.
I understand. I heard some of I know you were speaking with, I guess, was it a sheriff in that county where your judge is?
Oh, I think that was the Waukegan police.
Okay. And then I know you tried to reach out to the White House.
Which is the city, which is the municipal.
Right.
Yes, municipal police.
And
right.
I see that you tried to have a calm, rational discussion about your situation and having met all requirements of the law and avenues and ways to go about it, to do it peacefully and
tries to shoot me
in the right way. And they've been exhausted.
And I don't think the average person gets that. They want to keep telling you, just like that police officer did, get another attorney, get a better attorney. How much fucking money
keep spending
people
money
think that we're made
have?
of?
Yeah, and they're hoping that you either give up.
How much money do they? Yeah, you're a slave. You're a slave. It's slavery and kidnapping. They're using our kidnapping. They're kidnapping our kids and forcing us into forced labor. Is what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the funny thing is we could go up to our judges and our judges could get divorced and we could become their kids' stepfathers.
Right. Right. That is the literal insanity of the legality of this.
Right. Right. If their wives fancied us, we could raise their children, but we can't raise our own because they want to bring in revenue.
We're barred from being dads to our own kids, but nobody else's.
And unfortunately, the brainwashing of, well, you got to do the right thing. What would your kids think if you posted things on Facebook, or if you got arrested or killed? That's not good for your kids, is it? That's such a ridiculous mentality.
You're right. It's not. Well, we just answered the question. You're right. It's not good for my kids. So how about we not get that far, huh?
Right. Right. How about we don't do that?
How about we not take it that far?
Right.
Because you're right. I agree with you. It's not in my kids' best interest for their dad to be dead.
Mm-hmm.
It's also not in my kids' best interest for their father to be tortured either. If I was being kept in some POW camp in Afghanistan and I'm having my limbs, my fingernails pulled out with pliers, right, or my teeth knocked out with a ball peen hammer, would that be in my kids' best interest?
No.
Here, they just dismember you limb from limb but they do it internally so that nobody sees what they're doing.
You know, and just
Right?
like
they hide their torture very well.
You reached out to the police department, and it seemed like he's more, you know, unfortunately, it seems like a lot of the people in law enforcement are more inclined to serve and protect the state and not the citizens of this country. And that's a problem.
That is the problem. And the police are convinced. The police are convinced that they're doing the right thing by killing us.
Right.
They're convinced they're doing the right thing by enforcing these court orders.
Right.
Right.
And like you said,
so he'll say the police will, the police will say on one hand, well, there's nothing we can do because this is a court order, so therefore it must be lawful. But
right.
He didn't want to address when I brought up the example of the judge trafficking kids, and he issued orders to do that that were upheld by law enforcement officers, just like himself. That was illegal. You helped put kids in jail cells that were illegal. And had our police been trained to better call out and see these things and stand up against these things, there wouldn't be such a real problem with people towards our police.
Yeah.
If our police actually went and stopped that before it transpired to such a level, you wouldn't have had all those kids trafficked into the Pennsylvania juvenile detention system, and you wouldn't have had that young man out there that killed himself. And the mother confronted the judge outside. You know, she's screaming in agony, in pain and anger and frustration whenever he was convicted.
Mm-hmm.
Outside. It's a terrible, it's a tragic video to watch. The pain of this mother. Don't know where the father's at.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where the dad was at. Nobody ever asked where was dad at. We see these, oftentimes these kids killed by their mothers. Nobody asked where was dad at? What happened to dad? Why wasn't dad involved? Nobody, even the media doesn't even bother to go. Tragically, these children were murdered by their mother, and then nobody says where's the other parent.
And they're not tying
it's never talked about.
They're not tying in all the systemic issues that we're having with our youth, women and young boys and young women, and going, well, this was a tragedy. This kid did this, and this mass shooting, and this girl. I'm seeing a lot of things just popping up, where these young women are raping younger students or kids, and they're getting like slaps on the wrists. And a lot of these young girls were either abused or are fatherless, and it's an imbalance. It's all a revenue generating system. It has nothing to do with morality, ethics, or legality. It's all about revenue.
Here's one of the most common questions. And what do we give them? What do we tell them, Chris? What's the best way for someone to help?
I couldn't imagine. I went through 5 years of battle for my daughter. She was taken for 4 days. I feel pain. What are we doing to help? What can we do to help? Yeah. I mean, everybody's like, what can I do to help? Join us, do something, get on a podcast, call out your judges, file lawsuits. These things aren't being done by these people who are just tortured souls. And then they're asking, what can they do? I mean, we aren't, you and I aren't special in the fact that we have the answer. We're just doing anything and everything we can.
Right. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to Illinois and I'm going to arrest these people. Yeah. I'm going to effect a citizen's arrest. I'm going to detain them, and I'll deliver them to the state's attorney, to the AG's office to be charged.
So
I'm not going to keep them indefinitely.
The officer said that
they have to be charged.
That it was illegal for you to do that. What is he talking about?
It is government protecting the state. It's the state protecting the state.
Is it illegal?
He has an obligation to the state. No, citizens' arrests are perfectly legal in the state of Illinois.
They're just sort of dismissed.
A crime's ongoing. Well, here's the thing and again, we bring it back to these judges, that they have this immunity and the perception that, well, there's nothing we can do. It's a judge. What the fuck you mean? If he kills somebody, you charge him. If he rapes somebody, you charge him. If he molests somebody, you charge him. If he robs a bank, you charge him.
Right.
What the shit? What the fuck, man? Don't tell me you can't charge.
CJ,
and here's Illinois law. The law permits a citizen to detain or place under arrest another person when that citizen has probable cause to believe that a criminal offense other than an ordinance violation is being committed. It is best not to resist a citizen's arrest, although you can not be prosecuted for resisting arrest.
So does that, when they say a citizen arresting another citizen, are judges considered citizens, or are they public servants? Are they above us in the citizen definition?
You're a citizen first.
Yeah.
You're a citizen first, right? I mean, if you call yourself an American, if you say that, if we believe in the supremacy clause, they don't have the lawful authority to indefinitely take your kids from you, or to draw out in litigation. Hold on one second.
All good. CJ's throwing up the definitions. How long must you be a citizen to be a judge? Qualifications. Serve law in 4 years. Okay. That's about becoming a judge. And I had questions about that.
You have to be a citizen in order to be a judge. So yes, judges are citizens.
So you're not immune as under the citizen's arrest definition. A judge is a citizen.
No, they're not immune. They believe themselves to be immune because nobody will step up and do it.
Right.
Right. Can we agree to that? That out of fear of being shot by the police, nobody will do it. Let's just be honest about what this shit is. Nobody wants to do it because they don't want to be shot in the face.
Right.
For doing it. And they use that threat of force at all times.
And then what they'll do
which is why we go together.
You could have been carrying a weapon. They'll just sweep your murder under the rug and say that, there was due cause, or they felt that you were threatening to someone's life.
Well, you're crazy. I'll be spun as being crazy.
Yeah.
It'll be spun that I'm mentally deranged, and however else they want to spin the narrative. Yeah. That's what they'll do.
Well, they do outlandish things, and then they tell you that you're crazy for being emotional about it, or you're actually rational, and you're fully aware that what's happening is unconstitutional, illegal, immoral, unethical, and shitty. Just shitty.
Right. Yeah. Well, I wonder what I was thinking about calling. If I can get the number.
You want to call my ex's attorney?
We'll see if I can get the number here. Oh, yeah. I'm not wasting my time on those fucking scumballs.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to waste my time there. Let's see here. Siri, what's the name, or what's the number of the Chief of Naval Operations phone number?
According to Wikipedia, Section 151, the CNO is a military advisor to the National Security Council, the Homeland Security Council, the Secretary of Defense, and the President. The current Chief of Naval Operations is Admiral Michael M. Gilday.
Too bad you can't just say, call
like
Admiral
I said, Chris, it could be a long fucking day today.
You're just going to make phone calls.
They got people on duty. They've got people on duty. Yeah. All day today. It's Christmas Day. These people, they have people on duty everywhere. And the fact of the matter is that none of these people have ever been informed. None of them ever have considered this to be so significant of an issue that it would warrant their attention and getting involved.
Well, that's because what do they all say to us, Cash? We're just doing our job.
Yeah. That's it. We're just doing our job.
We're just doing our job.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Because you got an oath. You raised your right hand and you have an oath. So you're not doing your job.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually bullshit.
CJ's great.
It's Admiral Michael M. Gilday. Hey, let's see if we can get him on the line. Chief of Naval Operations. I don't think we will. Chris, you seen your kids today? I hope you are.
They'll be here in an hour. This was actually supposed to be my Christmas Eve, but instead it's my regular weekend, so I'm getting them regular time and not getting the Christmas Eve morning that I haven't had in a couple of years now, 2 or 3 years. So I'll get them in this.
So they didn't wake up and open presents.
No, it's for the last 2 or 3 years now. It's been coming to Daddy's in the afternoon and doing Christmas morning and Santa at Mommy's.
Yeah,
second class parents.
You're not warranted. Yeah, nothing to be angry about. Chris, I hope if these people murder me that
we should accept.
I hope if they do that you guys. I hope that you guys do something about it. If they kill me or arrest me, I hope that you guys do something about it.
I might be there with you.
Yeah, you're not gonna have a phone number here. I know who will.
Your executive producer puts it on the screen for you.
What's that number? Yeah,
202-685-0412. Department of the Navy, Office of the Chief of Naval Operations. 2000 Navy Pentagon, Washington, D.C.
Navy Pentagon.
Oh, there we go. FOIA. How shall I proceed with that one?
I don't know. Conversation?
Yeah. Let's see.
Proceed with it by telling him who you are, and that should give him some interest.
Oh, it's not going to be him. It's Christmas Day. It'll probably just be a voicemail, to be honest with you. You might get somebody on duty. Maybe.
Does he have an email?
The party you have called. Department of the Navy, FOIA, Privacy Act.
That's the FOIA Privacy Act. See how hard it is to get to somebody? That's just for FOIA Privacy Act shit, CJ. See, this is how they layer up the bureaucracy, right? You can't even Google up any numbers. You can't get to any offices.
Right. They're too busy doing important stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see here. And that's why people very quickly, they run out of their resources, right? They'll make phone calls wherever they can, however they can, to whomever they can, and they don't get anywhere. They never will, right? And we acknowledge it's Christmas Day. We acknowledge that we're not going to get through to these people. But I gave them a Christmas gift. That was a gift that I gave them, Chris.
Mm-hmm.
To let them know, I'm going to come up there and I'm going to arrest criminals in your county. I'm going to do you a favor. I'm going to arrest these criminals in your county.
Well, if anything, it gives them a heads up to where, they should understand that they shouldn't be using any force against you. They should be prepared to even help you.
Yeah. Well, they'll have out 15 protective orders before the day's over.
They're printing them up now.
That's what they'll do. Right. They'll have like 15 orders of protections out for me. Yeah. They're like mass producing them, just rubber stamping them like they do.
Orders of protection with no grounds other than, presumption.
Yeah.
Because they can, they can tell pre-crime. They're pre-crime officers these days.
Yeah. 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 There's no deterrence because these people aren't deterred from taking our kids from us.
It's a business.
What we got over there, CJ? What's that number? The Pentagon. We got the Pentagon?
Ooh.
This is the Department of the Navy.
Let's call them. Let's see how much fucking...
Every Navy personnel on their positions all the way down the list.
Well, I was blowing
Gosh,
this
you
up.
got a lot of phone calls to make.
Well, air and opportunity, my friend.
That's the thing they don't realize too, is the longer they keep us from performing fatherly duties, the longer we really have to speak about it.
Yeah.
If they just give us our kids back, we'll
They
be
don't
too
want me
busy.
talking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd think by now they would have just given you your kids back so you don't keep embarrassing. This is awesome.
Operator services, operator 10.
Yeah, operator. I'm sorry. Where all can you connect me to from your switchboard? Fucker hung up on me. See? This is government. This is government for you.
Wow.
This is government. This is government at work right there.
And you notice he didn't give you your name.
I just asked who he
His
connect
name.
me to. Now. Yeah, well, let's call him back.
What did
Let's
he
call
just
him
say?
back.
Operator
I don't like getting
switchboard.
hung up on. Maybe switchboard 10. Give me Secretary of the Navy.
Yeah.
You have reached the Department of Defense Operator Services.
It's the same guy. Watch.
Operator Services, Operator 5.
Yeah, Operator 5. Operator 10, I believe, accidentally disconnected me. I'd like to speak with the Secretary of the Navy. At least set an appointment, please. Hello?
You said you had an appointment?
No, I'd like to get to a line to make an appointment. I'd like to speak with John Dalton regarding the ongoing kidnapping of my children. I'm a retired Navy veteran, and I would like to speak with the Secretary of the Navy in that regard.
Oh, okay.
Baffled.
Yeah, I've gotten operator.
I may
is
have
there a
put
line
the
you're going to transfer me to? Or?
I may have put the wrong Secretary of the
Yes,
Navy.
sir.
Their list hasn't
Don't
been
give me the
updated.
wrong one. I might have the wrong one there. The current Secretary of the Navy is who I'd like to speak with.
It says John Dalton. It's
Okay. Yeah.
there. It is. Got it.
Pulling up the office now.
There it is.
Stand
Got
by.
it. Honor. It's a judge.
Thanks, CJ. I knew that was the wrong one.
They're all
Sorry, man.
judges and attorneys.
There was an old list. My bad. Kenneth Braithwaite. I don't know how to say. He's got a Winderweedle last name.
Braithwaite.
Braithwaite. Yeah. Kenneth Braithwaite.
He's got a Winderweedle last name.
Kind of does, doesn't he?
Oh, God.
We're calling the DoD hotline for reporting fraud, waste, and abuse within the Department of Defense. If this is an emergency, please hang up and call your local emergency services.
Would you
Our
call
hours
it's
of
not an
operation
emergency?
are 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Time, Monday through Friday. The hotline accepts complaints that pertain to programs, personnel, and operations of the Department of Defense. Significant incidents should be reported to the DoD hotline, while other instances may be more efficient to address through your local command or military service inspector general. If you would like to be connected to a military inspector general, press 1. If you are calling with a complaint regarding a pay and allowance issue, press 2. To be connected to the Army Inspector General, press 1. To be connected to the Naval Inspector General, press 2. To be connected to the Marine Corps Inspector General, 3.
This is a fun show.
Thank you for contacting the office of the Naval Inspector General. Para Español, marque 9. If this is an emergency, please hang up and dial 911. To report criminal activity, contact local base police and or local
leaving your information, please clearly spell in your first and last name, including your email address and current command better. Please listen to our list of options. Select the best option for your call.
Hey, select 1 if your kids were kidnapped. Select 2 if you've been incarcerated in a debtor's prison.
The funny thing is,
select
is
3
like
if your
they're like,
military service was used against you.
if this is an emergency,
Select 4
hang
if
up
your
and
kid
call
was
the
taken from
police.
you while you were deployed in a war zone.
Press 3.
These are the layers of bureaucracy and why you can't get anywhere. That. You can never get anywhere, right? You could make veiled threat. You can't get anywhere.
And they would say that it's because
and people still
there'd be so many people calling all the time that they couldn't address the issues.
Right. When in fact they've built up a layered industry to where you can't get through.
This is an
You're not
organized
taken
way
seriously.
to get heard, but you never get heard.
Yeah. Never get heard. My case, in all likelihood, won't get heard in front of the appeals court. Why? Because I don't have $2,600 for a fucking transcript.
Shouldn't cost you money.
Then once the appeals court craps it out, then it goes back to Judge Christensen, who then comes back and says, "Yep, you still owe $7,400 out of pay that we illegally consider income, and we're going to order you to be remanded to the Lake County Jail for a period not to exceed 90 or 180 days." And that shit ain't happening. Imagine that. Imagine I've got a state government telling me to break federal law, right? I've got a state government ordering me to break federal law and to participate in their crime of relinquishing my military disability pay.
Right.
There shouldn't be really any question at this juncture, Chris, as to whether or not I'm struggling with a mental disability, that being major depressive disorder. Right? It shouldn't be a secret at this juncture that I struggle immensely from not seeing my kids, and making it day to day is all but impossible.
Well, here's
we can't move on.
See, Cash and CJ, they've designed society and culture to expect this of men, to endure this, and if we can't, then there's something wrong with us mentally. Meanwhile, if you did this to a woman and she was distraught and not trying to play the gender card and create this controversy, but that was what was created to enable this industry. Men are supposed to provide. We're supposed to be strong. We can't have emotions. And if we do have emotions, then we're mentally, we have a mental illness because you stole our kids. We're crazy.
I'm going to stay on the phone all day. Well, and we'll let the Lake County Sheriff's Department know. Not that they give a shit. Not that they fucking care, because, well, the policies and practices are we don't get involved. It's civil, but they got involved whenever they surrounded me down in the Lake County Courthouse. They were involved then. They were involved when they called them into one, maybe two of my court hearings where they surrounded me with these court deputies. Surrounded me with them while I was in uniform. I hadn't done something wrong. Why was I being surrounded with deputies while representing myself pro se?
Yeah.
No, I was being intimidated while being a pro se litigant. I've never seen them surround an attorney like that with court deputies, and you never threatened anyone.
That's
right. Clearly,
that's how bullies,
it's a veiled threat. How do you represent yourself as a pro se litigant while surrounded by court deputies? Standing behind your back with guns.
They have their own
how well do you represent yourself?
They have their own little personal army in a courtroom.
I've never in my life. Yeah, I've never in my life seen an attorney surrounded with deputies during a hearing. I have been. And I hadn't done anything wrong.
Were you wearing a suit?
And I couldn't even make a good case for myself. How could I make a good case for myself even? That happened to be during my third order of protection plenary hearing. And they surrounded me. with
And to
deputies.
thi-
For
and
what
to
purpose?
And to this day, you've never done anything harmful or threatening to any of them, even after the fact.
No,
And
I have not.
and they'll
Even
still
after the fact.
and they'll still say that you're not fit to be a parent. Meanwhile, if you weren't fit, you would have off somebody already.
Yeah. Yeah.
And all we
I've
do is
been
talk
I've been as
about it.
peaceful and civil as any person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's it. And you're punished for talking about it.
Mm-hmm. Because they want you
Just
to
for
stop
your
talking.
face being up here. They want us to stop talking.
I'm not.
They committed crimes. Of course they want us to stop talking. They don't want us to tell people that they committed crimes. It's illegal. I mean,
Right.
we're not just saying that the statutes suck and they followed the statutes as written and did what they did.
They broke
I'm
laws.
saying they didn't
Yeah.
follow anything. They violated my due process rights.
Right.
I have due process rights before they sever contact with my kids.
Mhm.
I never enjoyed that. Therefore,
haven't
they
charged
committed
you
a
with
crime.
anything. Yep.
No. Well, they might be drafting some up right now.
Yeah. Communicating
I
threat.
wouldn't be surprised. They might draft some up right now. Yeah, they might.
And it's
I
not
don't give a shit. Draft them up.
It's not a threat.
No. I gave them a professional courtesy to let them know I'm going to come arrest citizens that are breaking the law and continue to break the law because you're not arresting them. And I'm going to have to deliver them to the AG's office.
Yeah.
And I might have to get a U.S. Marshal's escort. I don't know. Because I don't want to be shot. I don't want the Waukegan Police or the Lake County Sheriff's Department to shoot me.
Would any law enforcement protect you under their jurisdiction if you were to say, I'm making a lawful citizen's arrest? And is there a law enforcement agency that you could have?
I don't know. It's a good question. Will they? I don't know. Probably
could you
not.
be
if I had to
accompanied
guess.
by like the state police?
Yeah, it's possible.
Let's give them a call.
Anything's possible. Huh?
So, gentlemen, what we're looking at on the screen right now is a Supreme Court case from February 2009.
Yeah.
And one of the things that they ask is they bring up child custody. This is a Supreme Court case where they say the questions presented was, does a state judge have the authority to preside over a case when he or she has conflicts of interest? Does absolute immunity apply when a judge has acted criminally under the color of law and without jurisdiction, as well as actions taken in administrative capacity to influence cases? These are all great questions that we've been asking that I found here. Does the 11th Amendment immunity apply when officers of the court have violated 31 U.S. Code 3729 and the state has refused to provide any type of declaratory relief? Does the Title 4D Section 458 of the Social Security Act violate the United States Constitution due to the incentives it creates for the court to willingly violate civil rights of parties in child custody and support cases? Has the United States Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit erred in basing its decision on ruling on federal judge who has clearly and willfully violated 28 U.S. Code 455? Can a state force a bill of attainder on a natural person and force you into slavery? Can a judge have immunity for their non-judicial activities who knowingly violate civil rights? If a person obtains subject matter, should they be denied access to the federal courts? These are all questions that the Supreme Court, it was received. I don't know the outcome, but those were the questions that were asked, and I think a lot of us can relate.
Oh yeah,
the Third Circuit is that New Jersey? Is New Jersey in the Third Circuit?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah, I don't know how that works.
I believe that that's a case. I believe that that's a case out of the Third Circuit, and Ted Bush. He's got his case up with the Seventh Circuit, and he's doing a magnificent job, by the way.
And this has all the case breakdowns, all the violations of laws, and I'm still just looking for the conclusion here.
Here's the thing. Here's the key factor here, CJ. Here's the key factor. This is a civil matter. I agree.
I disagree.
In that capacity, it being a civil matter. No, hold on. Listen to me. Just for a moment. Listen to me. It began as a civil matter, right, between two private parties. It was a civil contract termination, right? We were terminating our marital contract, and in doing so, that was a private matter between two parties. The state made itself party to the case. It basically invited itself into the case. It was not invited into the case because there was never a compelling interest for the state to get involved, because there was never any risk or endangerment shown to my children.
Right.
So because there's no risk or endangerment shown, the state had no compelling interest in the matter.
Right.
The state deciding the best interest of our children, okay, is illegal because they don't have a compelling interest. Right. And they are not barred from sanctions, criminal sanctions. I believe they're not barred from criminal sanctions because they lost immunity whenever they overstepped their legal authority prescribed to them. The state never had a compelling interest. The state severed contact with my children as a retaliation. Mine is a retaliatory case.
Of course. So here's the conclusion of this, I guess, is that they based off U.S. versus Thermock Morton, whereas officials and even judges have no immunity. See Owen v. City of Independence. I'll skip the rest of that for purposes. Officials and judges are deemed to know the law and sworn to uphold the law. Officials and judges cannot claim to act in good faith in willful deprivation of law. They certainly cannot plead ignorance of the law. Even the citizen cannot plead ignorance of the law. The courts have ruled there is no such thing as ignorance of the law. No legislator or executive or judicial officer can war against the Constitution without violating his undertaking to support it. The petition of writ of that's that word Mike Gilligan likes to say.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, should be granted. That's the conclusion that they came to. This Lauren Olson in her, I guess this is her brief to the Supreme Court. So, I mean, again, there's so much in here. In fact, what I'll just do is I will let all of you fine folks in the comments section have that link right there. And then for those of you that want to just see it on the screen, it's right there. It looks like it's the first Supreme Court briefing I've seen on family law and asking these questions. So figuring out what happened with it, maybe even finding out who this Laurel Owens is. Maybe, I don't know. But I mean, again, she asked the questions that we've all been talking about, and the Supreme Court stamped it as received. So,
well, the biggest way that they're able to get away with all this is because, for the most part, we're ignorant of the law. But there are a few of us, like you, see. Well, I mean, you can just find these things on the internet, but we're too busy, I guess, doing whatever else. And that's what that's how they're able to sort of keep us at bay, because we don't know all our rights. All we know is something's not right, but we don't do the research.
I mean, again, it's pretty simple to me. In the case of a non-custodial parent who becomes enrolled in the project on or after the date of enactment, this is the Title IV programs. It basically it's the state putting you into slavery and bondage, and that's what we've all been discussing. So, I mean, there's no way that we're crazy, Cash. There's no way we're talking about all of these things and bringing up all these evidence. Listen, if you're on the other end of this screen after listening to 3 hours and 40 minutes of Cash Jackson, Chris Cole, and myself talking and doing this, and you think that this is all fine and dandy, you're the problem, not us. And in fact, it's you on the other end of the screen that we're talking about when we talk about apathy and violating constitutional rights and viewing this as just. So, like I said, and
like Cash says, not having the testicular fortitude as men or women, because women have testicular fortitude also. They're not, well, like Cash said, they're afraid to actually sacrifice for their children. They all say they would.
And Chris, to that point, we've discussed this at length in Florida. Title 4D was the monster created to take the dad out of the scenario. And then once the state removes that legal protection of the child, so when a child's born, it has legal protections through its parents, mother and father. The state in order to practice that parent to patria, or however you say it,
Is to pull it apart.
Is to pull apart that first legal bond. Majority of the time, it's going to be the father. And we're not saying, again, I don't think any of us is saying that there's not a mother out there that's not seeing her kids today because of this.
Here's the
Let's
thing.
just acknowledge
Let me finish. But then again, Title 4D was created initially to take out dad. Then the state came up with, well, once that legal bond is severed, then the mother is the only one with the legal bond, and they can then use Title 4E and, as simple as an allegation, remove that parental right, and then therefore the state has removed both parents from the equation and has maximized its profitability off of destroying not one but two parents. So if you're the custodial parent today and you got through this court system and you think you're the better parent, no, you
9 times out of 10, the custodial parent is the weaker parent.
Right. And you're the useful idiot. And in all honesty, then we see all these CPS groups, all these crazed mothers. I mean, again, they think we're angry dads, these crazed mothers that are doing these live videos of CPS taking their kids. And if these mothers were told in the beginning, well, once you remove the father's legal protections, your child is more vulnerable.
Defenseless.
It's damn near defenseless, because once they come after you, there's no other parent to protect the child.
Right.
So in this case, by removing the father and making the state the father, well, the state can just come in and say, I'm taking custody of your kids. You're a bad mother. And
it increases, a lot of times it increases the trafficking rate when dad's not
mothers
present.
want us to get mad that CPS is taking their kids, when then you talk to them 9 times out of 10, you find out who the father is or where's the father. And yes, ladies, some men do abandon their children, but here's 3 fathers right now on your screen, if you're watching this, that have not abandoned our children. And we are telling you that stereotype you're living off of is a false one.
It's a lie.
And it's a lie, and it's built upon a lie. And so we need to be honest about what it means when the state severs parental rights, because they do it systematically and they do it through text and law. It's under color of law. It is illegal. It's unconstitutional. It's a deprivation of your rights under the color of law. And to be perfectly honest, people are young when they make these decisions. They are vulnerable. There's a societal norm for it. Yesterday when I talked to one of the accomplices of my kidnapping of my child, because I had made all this, I stirred the shit pot yesterday the same way Cash is doing today, damn near short of calling the White House myself. And I can look at this camera and say, I have 1 judge, 2 attorneys, and the 2 people I'm accusing of kidnapping my child under investigation for felony kidnapping today. Now that guy, I'm lucky that I was able to get to a human being who's going to unseal my case and look at the files, but it shouldn't be that hard for everybody to do this. And the only reason why I was able to do that is because I proved probable cause. I have a reason beyond a reason.
And it shouldn't have gotten this far either. There's protections under the law that are being ignored. Like due process. It shouldn't be months and years of litigation. There should be protection under the law on the forefront of this being able to happen. And there is, and it's being ignored.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, so again, we go back to, the parental right being the protection of the child. The state views it, just because you're a mother or a father, you're expendable to the state. And I promise you, we have it all in text. It doesn't matter if you're mom or dad. There's a systematic plan to remove you from your children and throw them into the state coffers. They're all, to rob them of Social Security, to rob them of their parents. So again, it's not a battle of moms and dads. It's a battle of the government putting out these stereotypes. Like for example, when Cash was running for governor and that numbnuts on Comedy Central turned him into a joke, when in all reality, if he would have sat down and had a conversation with Cash, he would have been the joke, and that's the point of it. Society is so stupid that we continue to perpetuate these falsehoods and propagate these stereotypes as if they are accurate when they're not. Because if they were accurate, let's put it to you this way. We've always said this: if the statistics for women were the same as men, there would be a revolt.
Well, here's the thing, guys, and I'm going to hop off here in a minute. Why don't you give a shout out, give a call to any mothers watching right now to come on and either speak with you or over the phone and join the conversation. Let's get some moms and some women on here.
Never said there's not a mother out there not missing her kids.
Right. We want you in the conversation. And for those who, we know a lot of mothers and women who support fathers like us. So we're not mom bashing. Cash gets a lot of flack.
We have to be realistic, though. When we say Title 4D is aimed at fathers, it's aimed at fathers. Doesn't mean it doesn't hit women. Title 4E is aimed at mothers. And when you say aim legally, that means that that's the purpose of it.
They know that the behaviors, they know our behaviors. So they drew up policies based on men and women's behaviors in order to enact the
right. It's like
agenda.
Like, hey, Chris, if we just get rid of dad, mom's going to be a pushover. Or we just say she's on drugs.
It's like with dad, it's like to get rid of dad, you just
and then that judge, like in Pennsylvania, will go and then sell your kid into a child sex trafficking ring for the Catholic Church because you wanted to argue with whether or not you should see your kids on Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
And the state will never care if you don't see your kids because they made their buck. But my question is what happens when they fuck over every parent in this country and the well runs dry? Then what?
Right.
Oh, wait. No, that's right. We birthed the next generation of slaves, and they remain slaves.
The next generation of dysfunction. Yeah, the next generation of broken children. And they'll have kids and repeat the cycle.
Yep.
Well, gentlemen, I'm going to hop off, but I'm going to watch it for a few minutes. My kids will be here in 30 minutes. We might call in and say, hey, I don't know. They're going to want to open presents. But I do. I want to tell you guys I love you. And I know you can't see your kids right now, but we're going to change that. And Cash, if you need me to come with you, maybe CJ will be there too. And let's get some moms on here when I hop off and see if we can have some well-rounded discussion from women and mothers.
I mean, I'll put the link in the comments, make it public for everybody else.
And I'm streaming on mine as well. So it's going out to more platforms right now. I got about 20 people watching on mine too. So I'll let it run while I'll go plug up my laptop and let it run while you guys are doing the broadcast.
Yeah, man. And looks like Cash and you guys are done eating breakfast. So, all right, we'll see you later, Chris.
Later, guys.
And I'll let you guys talk, Cash. You muted yourself, Cash. Says that you muted yourself.
Yeah, you're right. I was muted. Thank you. It's because Jake was talking to me while you were talking, and he didn't realize you were. Anyways, I'm gonna let Jake talk. This guy's done 23 years in the Army. It's been 3.5 years since he's seen his kids. Little boy and a little girl, right?
My 5th Christmas away.
5 Christmases in a row. No contact with his kids. This guy did 20 years in the military, or 23 years in the Army. Don't tell me that we need to endure this. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me we need to wait till they're 18. That's bullshit. Don't tell us we need to miss more Christmas. We'll never get these back, ever. They can't be returned. No court order could ever make up for this. It'll never be made right in its entirety. It can't be. Much like somebody who was wrongfully incarcerated for decades and they lost years of time with their families. They were deprived of their rights and their liberties unnecessarily, unfairly, unlawfully. You don't just get paid hush money, right? I don't want any hush money. Don't give me your fucking hush money. I want these people to go to prison where they belong. No longer where they can hurt other people. They need to be charged with a crime, and they will be. I'm going to give the headphones over to Jake. I'm going to let him talk to you a little bit about what it's like for him. You know, I woke up this morning, this man's sleeping on my couch. He's a guest, a friend in my home, along with my friend Wayne, who stopped in. Both having served more than 60 years of military experience, more than half a century of military experience between me and the 2 men that were here. Wayne's left to go be able to see his son tomorrow. Wayne was a major, prior highway patrolman. He's agreed with everything that I've said. Jake here, 23 years in the military. He agrees. CJ agrees. Chris Cole agrees. Right? These men, and it's time that we started standing together to fight for one another and fight for our kids, to not allow them to harm us any longer. We don't do it alone anymore. No longer should we suffer alone. We stand next to one another. Jake's my friend. He's my brother in arms. He's a veteran. And I'm going to fight for this guy in Ohio and his kids. And if I got to go to Ohio and effect citizens arrest in Ohio, we're going to do that there. Okay? This man's a disabled veteran, and as such, he deserves an advocate. I am this man's advocate, and I'll fight for him and his kids. And if I need to effect a citizen's arrest in the state of Ohio until his kids are returned to him, that's what I'll do. But you're going to have to return his children to him and restore the relationship that was stolen from them. Join us. Don't stand alone anymore. Don't wake up another Christmas not seeing your kids. Don't go another birthday without seeing your children, or Father's Day or Mother's Day. Mothers, you're important to me. I want you to know that. You good moms out there fighting, we love you. Right? We'll fight for you. Okay? I'll be a shield. I'll stand in front of you. I'll take a bullet before I'll allow a mother to take a bullet. God and nature designed us to be protectors. As men, as fathers, we're born to be protectors. I don't want a mother who's fighting to see her kids to die. I want her to have that opportunity. If they kill me in service to the Constitution, if I die affecting a citizen's arrest because they wanted to silence me, I pray that you'll avenge that death. I pray that. I pray that you will unite and you will fight and you'll stand alongside one another and you'll raise up. And we'll no longer suffer from this. We can end this in 2020, all of us. In December of 2020, we can put an end to what's happening. We can do that. But we have to stand alongside one another. We cannot allow detractors to steal us away from one another. Here's my attorney, Ted Bush. I guess I'm not going anywhere right now.
So what's up?
You're on the horn, man. I just informed the Waukegan police that I'm going to come there on December 31st or January 1st to effect a citizen's arrest.
Okay, a citizen's arrest of your kids?
No.
Probably having this one offline, Cash. This is news to me.
Well, maybe. I mean, we probably could. I didn't want to disturb you on your Christmas, buddy.
No. It's all good. It's all good.
No, you're having Christmas. Are you with your children?
Oh no, Cash. Of course not.
Okay. Well, I'm going to arrest your judge as well.
Okay. Well, it's fine with me. Be my guest.
I read the law, Ted, and according to what I've read in the citizen's arrest, according to the Illinois law, I have legal right. I can bring it back up and read the exact definition of a citizen's arrest. But according to what I've read and according to what my oath is, and I'm still being paid a retainer pay, and while I know you're not an expert on the military,
But I'm not.
Ted, we could probably get Carson Tucker on the line. And he could attest to the fact that I'm in fact being paid a retainer pay by the military, by the Defense Finance and Accounting Service. That retainer pay is so that they could bring me back on active duty to go back to war. I'm not officially retired until my 30-year mark. And so I've got another 6 years to go before I get there. And I don't intend on going that 6 years without fulfilling my oath to defend the Constitution against domestic enemies. Judge Carr, I've watched as he violated your rights, as he threatened me for expressing my First Amendment rights in streaming.
You know what he did to me, Cash? I mean, look, I'm celebrating my Christmas, probably having similar thoughts that you have. He put on a 2-year plenary order protection for me trying to see my kids on 3 different occasions, which I had the legal right to, because he wasn't holding a hearing on the appellate court's ordered remand. So he got reversed from the appellate court. Then on December 15th, 2020, I go before, he has a plenary order protection where he goes for 12 minutes without me because I was required to be before the 7th Circuit the next day. I had to do their training session or they wouldn't send me the login information in order to have oral arguments before three federal judges. So my ex-wife's testimony and the guardian ad litem's testimony was done ex parte.
He wouldn't even wait. Okay, this was required session, but he turns around and he claims that the appellate court never reversed him on the record. Okay, on video. And then the next day, the Illinois Attorney General tells the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals that, yeah, he was reversed and the issue of parenting time hasn't been resolved. So what does he do? He doesn't hold a hearing on the appellate court's ordered remand, to have a full hearing on parenting time, but he does have a full hearing on an emergency order protection and a plenary order protection because I'm trying to see my kids because he won't hold a hearing.
Refuses to hold a hearing.
Refuses to hold a hearing. He's breaking an order of the appellate court.
So you'll never see your kids. As long as Carr is the judge in your case, you'll never see your kids.
Yeah, I mean, I'm being retaliated against, and you know what? You and I are both now in the same category of having plenary orders of protection entered against them for putting up protest signs about the abuses of the court and the aligning with gatekeeping parents.
Hey,
you and I are now in the same category. I don't know if we have to have a club, if we should have like an initiation procedure. But yeah, well,
we're probably going to get some military attorneys and civil rights attorneys on the line because, the Round Lake sergeant strongly advised against me coming to Lake County, at which point I strongly advised him, well, I'm not there to do violence or harm any police or any citizen or anyone else. I'm there to effect a citizen's arrest, and I don't want there to be any confusion. And as a professional courtesy, I'm letting you know because it's in your municipality.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to give you advice on a live broadcast, Cash.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. Yeah, we can do that in private.
So yeah, we can do that in private. So.
Well, I've given them until December 31st, to arrest them.
Let me tell you what's going on. I mean, I haven't filled you in. Okay. I filled you in actually a little bit after court. But you want to know what's happened since the last court date?
Yeah, tell us.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Surprise.
Sally Lichter told me that Katie Angel, the children's counselor, who's never met with you, supposedly wants this process to go forward. And Sally Lichter has, since that court date, done absolutely nothing to facilitate a quote-unquote reunification plan. Nothing. Zero.
Yeah.
Not even a phone call.
Nothing.
Zero.
Well, I looked up how to make a citizen's arrest, and I have to inform them, number one, that I'm going to make the citizen's arrest. Right now, I informed Round Lake, or I'm sorry, not Round Lake, but Waukegan, who I would imagine will inform the individuals that I intend on making this citizen's arrest. But I'll still have to explain the reason for the arrest and the suspected offense. I'll have to or carry out the arrest using only reasonable force, which I will do. I will only use that force necessary with which to apprehend the individual as safely as possible and then deliver them to the appropriate authorities, whomever that's going to be, because of yet, no one wants jurisdiction of these people once I arrest them.
Well, let me tell you what the cause of action I think you have. I'll tell you that. I mean, I'm not. It's not really a secret.
Certainly.
I believe that the officers of the court conspired or acted in concert. I try to avoid the use conspire, but I believe that it probably. But I don't think you even need to allege conspiracy. That they acted in concert to deprive you of your civil rights and your children's civil rights. And there's a case directly on point, Brokaw versus Mercer County, from 2000. That was a downstate case in which the sheriff, the DCFS, and the local is a podunk town got together and decided to go in, walk into a parent's house, and take their kids and give them to the other party's grandparents. Before any court proceeding, just walked in, took their kids. And they alleged that the civil authorities, including the courts, acted in concert to deprive them of their civil rights. The kids sued in 2000, and the Seventh Circuit upheld it, saying this is legitimate. So that's what they did. They did act in concert, both in March and November of 2018, prolonged, to deprive you of your civil rights. Now, it's funny, Cash, in your case, I cited the statute to Judge Christensen, the 602.8A statute in the Illinois Marriage and Dissolution of Marriage Act, that says that any parent who's not found to be unfit is entitled to a reasonable visitation schedule. And she acknowledged that.
Thank you.
And in fact, that's on the record. She acknowledged that.
Thank you.
So she's saying that she acknowledges that that's an issue in this case, which is sort of a backdoor. I suppose you could call it a backdoor confession. And so then they're going to have a hearing, but have a hearing on what?
Right. On what? What's there to hold a hearing on? Just write out the order. Give me access to my kids. It should be that simple.
Right. A hearing on what? We're a hearing to show, I guess, finally, that Julia Winterweedle has been going through, tremendous, basically a part-time job in order to keep you from your kids. I guess that's what we're going to do. Is we're going to spend 5 weekdays sometime early next year, I guess, and I guess present your case on a motion that's never been filed.
Well, they're probably going to have to get a different judge, because Judge Christensen's probably going to be arrested and delivered before that transpires. So we're probably going to need a new judge. I don't think that she has the legal authority to sit on the case any longer, because she has neglected to fulfill her judicial canons. She's not reported the breaking of the law. She's not voided out the illegal orders entered by Salvi. In fact, she has participated in the unconstitutional deprivation of my liberty when I was denied my due process rights to speak openly in court as to my fear of disclosing my physical address, which I've now had to publicly do, and on the record, before they deprived me of my liberty. So yeah. I don't think that she has any jurisdiction or authority based upon the fact that she knows Salvi didn't recuse when he should have, whenever his brother demanded my gubernatorial nomination. She didn't void out the March and November 2018 orders. And she has continued to uphold the denial of access to my children without ever having found me to be an endangerment or unfit in accordance with Illinois statutes. Therefore, she is participating in breaking Illinois law.
I believe that is occurring. That I agree with you with. I'm going to take a pass on whether you have the authority to arrest and detain her. I'm going to take a pass on that one, Cash.
That's fine. I don't expect you to be an expert in every area of the law, and I appreciate you being honest enough to say that you're not certain enough about the law in that area to give me a definitive answer, and that's what any good attorney would do. But according to what I've read, the law permits a citizen to detain or place under arrest another person when that citizen has probable cause to believe that a criminal offense other than an ordinance violation is being committed. I
would argue, there's a type of cause of action under 42 USC 1983, which is called abuse of power. Abuse of power is is a form of a civil rights complaint. And that's where an individual is using their authority to retaliate against you effectively for whatever reason. That they're acting in bad faith, acting maliciously, and that's what I think. That's what I think is going on here. That's what I think is going on with Judge Carr, who's a raving narcissist. I was talking to someone who the other day, Cash, and I asked this person. I said, it would be an interesting research paper for a clinical psychologist to note that the aligning of narcissistic parents with narcissistic judges isn't that sort of a marriage made in hell?
Oh, it is.
That you have a gatekeeping, lying woman who invites a judge, a narcissistic judge, to take overwhelming power over somebody else, which of course they're declined to do. And then when they find out that, oops, we were wrong, they're too narcissistic to go back and fix it.
Right.
I think Dr. Childress, he's done some research on that.
Yeah. Yeah. Dr. Childress has done a lot of work, and Dr. Jim Bedell has done a fantastic job of highlighting in front of the Illinois legislature, mind you, how damaging this is to kids. And CJ's got something pulled up here that I'll read about court and legal implications of restrictive gatekeeping. It can be seen as
it was Dr. Bedell that wrote to Judge Christensen, which she read, which indicated his belief is that you've been retaliated against for your views on quote unquote father's rights. We can call this father's rights all we want. This is. I would say this is bigger than father's rights.
This is far bigger. Yeah.
This is just simply fucked up.
Right. These are deprivations of natural liberties. And that's the problem, Ted, is that we're not saying that we beat around the bush, right? We jump around with these legal codes, these statutes, these ordinances and they use them very well to shield or hide or disguise their behavior as though they have the legal authority to do this when they don't. Yeah. They hide behind best interest of the child. I'm sorry. It's not in my kid's best interest when all of the supporting data and information from the medical community to the criminal community, all of it adds up to the fact it's not in our kid's best interest for this to happen to them. So therefore, it's deliberate.
I might have gotten through to a federal judge on December 16th, and we haven't talked about yet the oral argument in which I basically have already won my case because the state conceded it, and two appellate justices basically shot them down. Okay, so I won a case which basically states that the state is not a party to domestic relations cases. Breaking news, that's common sense, but that has important federal implications on your ability to sue for these practices. On December 16th, 2020, Judge Scudder noted almost started to quote from my complaint. He took one paragraph out of my complaint, and it was paragraph 147. I had no idea what he was talking about. Now, this is a Trump appointee, lifetime federal appeals court appointment. Okay, that's the same bench that Amy Coney Barrett sat on before she got sent to the Supreme Court. Okay, so this is a senior level appellate court justice. Right. This is the paragraph that he singled out in one of his few questions in oral argument. This is what paragraph 147 says. When plaintiff Edwin Bush refused, DCFS retaliated by sending an email to supporting counsel supporting an effort to get supervised visitation in Cook County Domestic Relations Court, which is notorious for carelessness and routinely violating the constitutional rights of parties and who are not supervised by federal courts. DCFS intentionally did an end around Illinois by not filing their claim in juvenile court pursuant to the directives of the Juvenile Court Act due to the actions of DCFS violating procedural due process, blah, 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 blah. They caused the plaintiff's substantive due process rights to be violated for over 8 months by the Cook County Domestic Relations Court. That paragraph, which is the Domestic Relations Court, quote, which is notorious for carelessness and routinely violating the constitutional rights of parties. That is the paragraph that got this guy's attention. Does that say something to you? Do we might actually have some light at the end of the tunnel here?
Well, and it has to be pushed through, and the Seventh Circuit and every other circuit, federal court cases have to be pushed through. But look, Ted, it's not just, it cannot just stop at an acknowledgement and maybe some correction. This is criminal. It's inhumane. right? It cannot stop. We cannot allow it to simply stop at, yeah, you're right, Edwin Bush. They wronged you. Okay. We're going to rectify that through these legal means and get you your kids back. And it stopped there. It can't stop there. These people have to be charged and convicted for the civil rights violations. They have to be. This is inhumane. It's torture.
It is a criminal enterprise. It is, and it's funny. I even raised that in my domestic relations proceeding. I said this is racketeering. I said this is a child trafficking racketeering racket, taking children from fit parents and selling them back.
Right.
And there was no response to that. You know, obviously that's not something people normally, I would not advise anyone to be saying that in an order of protection hearing. Okay. But in fact, I forget what prompted that, but I stated there was no response. They know it.
Right.
They know it. I've had attorneys tell me, and I have no animosity whatsoever. I love the Jewish faith, the Jewish people, but I've had attorneys come to me and call this the Jewish mafia.
Well, I've got a friend of mine that's Jewish who's experiencing this up in New York, and he said something similar though. He's an Orthodox Jew, and he said something similar that he was calling this out, and as a result of him calling it out, he suffered reprisals at the hand of the judicial system as well as the Orthodox Church for calling it out. And this was, you know, again, I'd be happy to bring him on the show. He could discuss it himself entirely from his perspective as an Orthodox Jew that's been driven out of life, or his relationship with his daughter. It's tragic. It's sad. I mean, if I'm not going to highlight any of it, I would allow him to elaborate on the case some more. But it's disgusting what's happened to this young girl and this father.
Well, look, I got a call yesterday. I went on a feed a couple days ago on behalf of a client in the Bridgeview Cook County Courthouse. So I'm doing a case for her, and I'm watching this guy talk about how he hasn't seen his kids in a year and a half, and he mentioned that, and so the judge responds, well, you're supposed to get a 60410B evaluation, meaning you're supposed to fork up 10 grand, which he doesn't have. He's a public employee, and I'll get to what his actual job is. And he says, I don't have the money for the retainer. And so she basically responds, well, you're not going to see your kids. So they entered an emergency order of protection against this guy, I think, about a year and a half ago for nothing. And so this guy's been spending his time going to DCFS and trying to get an investigation brought against himself because there's been no findings against him by anybody. He's even gone to the state's attorney's office and saying, here, investigate me, investigate this, literally inviting the state to intrude further into his life because he won't get a hearing in domestic relations court.
Right.
And guess what his job is?
What?
He's a sergeant with the Cook County Sheriff's Office.
Right. There's my point. Just like I told that police officer from Waukegan, that they will do it to you as well. And they put you, the police officer, the working man and woman that come from our communities, they pit you against us. Right. And the police are not our enemies because they eat up police officers every single day in this system and destroy them just like they do us.
They've ruined this guy, and this guy supervises our prisons. And I'm about ready to give you some breaking news, Cash. And I've got an actual reporter who is interested in this as well. But I'm going to give you some breaking news.
We would love it. It's Christmas Day. We would all love some breaking news and a present.
Okay, so this guy supervises our prisons. Okay, the last Saturday he got physically attacked. Okay, so these guys get their ass kicked to maintain our prisons in a constitutional manner. Okay, which means that the prisoners have rights, and when the prisoners get every opportunity, a lot of these guys will just do a bull charge against any corrections officer they can get their hands on. Right. So this guy goes to work, gets his ass kicked, and then comes back, and another arm of his employer is allowed the mother to temporarily relocate to Florida and expect this guy to have a custody evaluation without any access to his kids.
Yeah.
You know, what are they going to do? The mother's going to bring the kids back from Florida. He's going to go into a custody evaluation, not seeing his kids for a year and a half, and have the custody evaluator observe them. Does that sound fair to you? You know, so anyway, so you know, I witnessed it. There's no doubt that they're screwing this guy over. You're not innocent. You're not guilty until proven innocent. You're innocent until proven guilty. There's been absolutely nothing against this guy. I mean, he's got a sterling record. You know, no allegations of impropriety at the job, which is a dangerous job. You know, I mean, what a horrible job. Who would like to go to prison for work every single day?
Well, you know, the thing of it is how many men in there were turned against this guy because of the domestic policies of our states and our counties. And a lot of these deputies, they'll go on to admit in person, if you talk to them one-on-one, whether they're a corrections officer, they're just there to watch the prisoners once they're there. Right. But the deputies out on the street in county working for these cities that are taking these warrants, arresting these parents, putting them in debtors' prisons, many of them will admit right up front, yeah, dude, I've had to arrest my own friends. I've had to take people that I knew to jail on a child support warrant, knowing full well they couldn't pay what was being asked. They weren't deadbeats not wanting to support their kids. They couldn't fulfill the amount that was required of them. They became indentured servants.
Yeah. Well, this person told me that there are currently exactly 0 inmates in the Cook County Jail who are in there for unpaid child support. And let me give you a little hint why. Okay, at the peak of coronavirus, there were 400 inmates in Cook County Jail with corona. Now there's about 200. So they're dealing with a breakout, you know, and a problem. And guess what? Some of these inmates are dying. But you want to know what I found out? Is that the Cook County Sheriff's Office are taking terminally ill inmates, taking them to the hospital and discharging them from custody entirely, meaning they're free.
Wow.
They're about to die, and they're taking them to the hospital, discharging them into the hospital so they don't die under state custody.
Under state custody. Wow. Wow. That's huge.
You want to talk about, Cash, when you go around and you talk about how veterans, like, hey, you're violating the rights of veterans and we're sitting on state secrets. Well, guess what? You're fucking with your own sheriff's sergeants, deputies, ruining their fucking lives. And guess what? They know where the bodies are buried too. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. That's, and I already have an outlet on this. Believe me, big surprise, they're interested. It's not hard to say like, oh, you know, and it's easy to verify because you just go through the hospital records. You can find out from the hospitals. But there we go. I mean, that's the accountability that we have in our justice system.
But they're going to bring me up there, right? If my appeal doesn't go through, okay, and it gets shipped back down to Lake County, Judge Christensen is going to issue a bench warrant for my arrest for 90 days to 180 days in the Lake County Jail.
This Cash, she socked you for an additional $5,600 in fees to Raymond Boldt for bringing the contempt petition against you. When the matter is on appeal, she struck the status date on the payment on the contempt purge. She struck that date, but then turned around and entered an order upholding attorney's fees while the fucking case is in the Court of Appeals.
Yeah, well, that's why she's going to get arrested. That's why we're going to need a new judge in this case, because I'm going to have to arrest her.
Well, you're gonna have to keep looking for a criminal statute, some sort of criminal, a conspiracy to deprive someone of civil rights. There's probably a crime there somewhere, but I would have to look for it. I don't know. And just for the record, I'm not advising you to do this. This is the first that I'm finding out about this.
No, I know. Well, I wanted you to know on Christmas Day.
Yeah, I mean, look, the situation that you have is abhorrent, and everyone knows it. It's indefensible, and they've allowed this to occur. These are the people that are supposed to be good at what they do. So even if what they claim is true, even if they claim that, allegedly your daughter doesn't want to see you. Well, how does that reflect on them? Because there's only one policy objective that they have, is to ensure that the children have the maximum contact with both parents. And they failed. So even if in fact even if the children, your daughter in particularly, is as strange from you as they claim to be, they failed. And of course, that's really what's going on here, is that everyone's pointing the finger, and they're all looking at you and expecting you to basically do a complete mea culpa and get on your hands and knees and beg for forgiveness from the tyrants who did this to you.
Can I read you something, Ted, and everyone else that's watching? Let me read here, and this is from Illinois or statelaws.finelaw.com. Right. So this is kind of the summary here of kidnapping. And it says that a person is guilty of kidnapping under Illinois law if he or she knowingly confines another person against their will and moves that person by force or threat of force from one place to another. But it goes on to say it doesn't always have to happen through some sort of physical force. A person can be kidnapped through fraud, deceit, or enticement, as long as the perpetrator intended to secretly confine them against their will. Well, being that I've had no contact with them whatsoever, I don't know where they're confined. I suspect that they're in the same place, but I don't know. They've been concealed from me for over 2 years, right? The contact that I have had has cost me thousands and thousands of dollars. That is the same thing when they kidnap somebody, in the jungles of Brazil, and they're held for ransom. It's the same thing. And I might know the last known location of where my children were being held at. But if I don't come up with $5, $10, $15, $20,000, I'll never see my kids. That's ransom. I've never broken the law. I've not been charged with or convicted of a crime. This is kidnapping. Right. By fraud.
I told this to Judge Christensen. The reason why you don't have a relationship with your children is because you don't have a relationship with your children.
That's correct. It's that simple. The same with, my buddy Jake sitting here next to me, man. He hasn't seen his kids in Ohio in 3.5 years. The guy did 23 years in the military. His circumstance is nearly identical to my own. Sitting right here with me. 2 men.
The sergeant told me? The sergeant told me that the judge got turned off because he filed a pro se motion demanding a hearing. And the judge didn't like that.
Yeah,
so the
of course they didn't.
The judge turned on him. All he's doing is decrying what had occurred ex parte and demanding a hearing, demanding, no, this is all bull. I want a hearing. And you can tell these people are for real when that's what they're asking for. It's like, look, I just want to be heard. Bring a case against me. Do something. Don't string me out here with these unproven charges and ruining my life. I protect and serve this guy. He protects and serves us.
Right.
He keeps our prison population intact. The people that we lock up. He is the one on the front lines supervising the deputies, and an officer, a leadership position.
Well, he needs to come forward. I got to say, man, I don't want you to air his name out right here, but I want you to talk to this guy. He needs to come forward in a real public way, the way that I'm doing.
Well, I've told him that. And look, he talks to other deputies in other courthouses.
We need these deputies. We need these police to come forward because they're being harmed as we are. And we as a class of people, the working class of men and women in this nation. And Ted, I group you into that working class. You're a good attorney with a good heart, good motivation behind what you do in your legal profession. Okay. You're not there with malice or to harm people. You're there to do your job as an attorney, and you do a magnificent job, just as there's good police officers out there doing their job. But if they don't come forward publicly and begin saying, you're right, they've made us incarcerate these people. And if we didn't incarcerate them, they were going to take our job from us. They were going to take our ability for us to feed our kids. They're going to take our pensions and our retirements. If we didn't enforce these unconstitutional laws, they're going to hurt our families through us. That's the thinly veiled threat.
And they've got a blue wall of silence. The deputies are sitting on a trove of misconduct that they see every day.
Every day.
I've talked to them about it. Like, these guys just basically, I mean, it's got to be no different than working in a prison, to be honest. You go home and you just want to have a 6-pack of beer. It's like, oh my God,
yeah.
How can I set aside what I've seen today and move on with my life and have a normal life? Because they know that. And they talk like, this guy has talked to other deputies, and that's exactly what I told him. It's like, you guys need to come forward. If you guys can stay protected, you can stay anonymous.
You have to come forward.
You cannot live your life turning the other cheek and watching all these horrible things happen by a judiciary that's totally out of control.
Yeah.
And so there might be a little traction on this. This guy went to the Fraternal Order of Police Lodge 7, which actually you and I have been in contact with. And they went to the to their union and said, hey, look at what these people are doing to us.
Yeah,
we're police officers. The union hasn't done squat.
Yeah, yeah, and I'm calling for that. I'm calling for all police, all first responders, EMT, fire, veterans, active duty service members. I'm calling for all of you to step up in a big way right now, to go as public as you can humanly possibly get with this, alongside us, along me, Jake, Ted, CJ, Wayne, all of us. In a very big public way, we stand together. We can change this in 2020. I promise you. There are more of us than there are of them. There are millions of us, millions, and only a few of them. Right?
Yeah, I mean, that's it. Is that look? The mob is the electorate. There's no difference. In the past, the mob would change governments and overthrow, town officials and things like that. Get out their pitchforks and they would basically run them out of town. Now we have elections. There's no difference.
Well,
okay? The masses are the ones that decide who's in charge. Now, the fact that these judicial retention elections are a joke and a total rubber stamp, and they're effectively lifetime positions, that doesn't go unnoticed. That is, this is all a fiction.
So what's the proper remedies for a government so large and so out of control? What is the proper remedies? Because it only starts with citizens' arrest of these people that are affecting the basic due process violations and deprivations of rights. According to what I read under Illinois law, they have all participated in kidnapping by fraud and deceit. It is fraud and deceit to convince my children that I have no right to them. That it's fraud and deceit to convince my children that I have no rights as a father. It's fraud and deceit to convince the police departments that I have no access or no rights to my children, when all of Illinois law says that I do. So therefore, they have to commit fraud to dupe these other people into believing that as a dad who went through the Illinois court system, that I have no access, no legal rights to my kids whatsoever, that effectively they have been terminated without a hearing, without a motion, without any due process. My parenting rights have been terminated for years.
Right. And I think that, first of all, I would not give credence to the idea of what's going on. These kids are hostages. They are captives. And I think that their free will has been overborne. So I wouldn't go as far as saying that these kids have been duped and these kids are that they believe that you have no rights. I don't think that there's been any evidence whatsoever that's reputable, where these kids haven't been under the direct influence of your ex or in protection of the court through Sally Lichter of some kind, where you've been able to sit down and talk to them. They won't even give you that chance. And the biggest reason why is because they know what's going to happen. Is that you're going to turn this thing around, and then the kids are going to hate them and possibly sue them.
Well, as they should. My kids have legal claim and to be compensated for what's happened to them, right? Veterans and parents out here, they are owed reparations. I'm not a fan of the discussion of reparations because of how difficult it would be to trace back, if you were to discuss reparations as it pertains to slavery, how incredibly difficult that's going to be. Today, it's extremely easy to see that the judiciary is violating due process rights and severing contact with children illegally. And that's very easy to prove. And the damages are in the trillions of dollars, trillions and trillions of dollars for all of these parents that have been wronged. And they don't want to open up those floodgates because they know it.
Actually, can I say something?
The word floodgates was used in a federal court filing by the state of Illinois. And if you look at the oral December 16, 2020 oral argument in JB versus Woodard, you've got Judge St. Eve and Judge Wood, both, one Republican, one Democrat, both stating that these are private civil cases and that there's no state interest in these proceedings from a federalism perspective, meaning there's nothing keeping the federal courts from coming in and getting involved in these matters. That's opening the floodgates. And the floodgates are going to be open for a real good reason, is that there's no legal basis keeping those floodgates from being open. The floodgates have been closed. Excuse me. The floodgates have been closed by fraud, if you will, by mischaracterizing what the law is. And in my case, the Illinois Attorney General conceded that their arguments were unmerited. They just completely, when confronted with it by the federal court, they said, "Yeah, you know what, this doesn't fit. We were wrong."
Right, Rooker Feldman's not going to fit, right?
Yeah, well, Rooker Feldman wrote, but in this case, younger abstention.
I'm sorry, the younger abstention doctrone. That's what I meant.
Completely walked back younger abstention because there was a Supreme Court case from 2013 which said that it only applies. Federal courts will only abstain when there's a quasi-criminal proceeding brought by the state. Okay, and Judge Wood stated from the bench, these are private civil cases. The state is not a party. The plaintiff, in this case, me, is not a target of anything. It never was a target of anything. And so they're trying to say, no, you can't get involved in domestic relations matters, at all. That's the misconception. And that's what the court addressed. And Judge Wood also shot down another basis, which was the domestic relations exception. She said, no, he's not asking for a divorce or a custody decree. He's suing for constitutional violations.
Correct.
So the federal judiciary gets it. At least the three that I was before. They get it. And I think those floodgates are about to be open. And I'm just getting started with these sons of bitches.
Well, Ted, I want Jake to weigh in for a second, man. He's sitting right here. He's patiently waited to add in his 2 cents, man. This guy's got 23 years in the Army, and I think that we owe him a few minutes to listen to what he's got to say.
Yeah, what I propose is I think it should be like the Nuremberg trials, you know, from the Nazis. You know, we bring them all. And, you know, as far as reparations, you know, actually the excuse that they used during the Nuremberg trials, you remember?
No, I don't.
It was we were just obeying orders.
Oh, yeah. We were just doing our job.
Yeah. And,
Right.
and that didn't fit.
And that didn't fly. It didn't fly. And that's not going to fly here.
That was not a good excuse.
Right.
And so, yeah, I think when you add up everybody that's been influenced by this, they've ruined children's emotions, their psychological upbringing. They've actually created, you know, I think it would be good to say, honest to say that it's terrorism.
It is terrorism.
You know, and so they've actually hurt us. They've forced people, parents, adult parents, and children to the point to where they even commit suicide because they gave up on the whole thing.
Right. You had that. There was a guy over in Cary, Illinois, that you know, they incarcerated 3 weeks before Thanksgiving in 2017 that killed himself there in the McHenry County Jail. Mm-hmm. And he's a perfect example.
Yeah, but we are, you know, we claim that we are the best nation on earth, and really for all of history. Right. We claim that we are the best. We're mature humans, better than any humans that have ever existed. Well, if that's the case, why is this nation against its own people and killing, literally killing, and dismantling and harming its own families, its own children, its own parents? You know, I mean, why is that? Why is that? Why is that being accepted? Why won't they say anything and admit it, you know, with the president or our elected officials? Why is this not priority number one when there's so many people affected by it? I mean, I would say hundreds of millions when you add up all the grandparents, right, you know, all the aunts, the uncles, the cousins. It's our whole nation. My family has not seen my children in 4.5 years. 4.5 years. That was the last time. During this whole process, my process is gone. This is year number 5, but really she started before she even filed. So really this is year number 6. Right. And yeah, I have not seen my kids in 3.5 years. My family back in Oklahoma has not been allowed to see my children in 4.5 years. The whole time that this whole case has gone forward, which, like I said, has been 5 years.
Have you ever tried speaking to a federal civil rights attorney?
I think I've had some people send some emails, but basically everybody I've gone to just ignores it. They just completely ignore it. You know, everybody points to everybody else and says, well, talk to somebody else, or it's, you know, it's a civil court matter, you know, but it never lands on anyone that can actually tell us that there's a good chance and where the solution is. They just leave it all. They leave their hands open and just say, oh, it's not me. It's not me. It's not me. Well, it's got to land with somebody. It's got to be solved. You know, we can't allow this to continue. It's horrible.
Was there ever an order terminating your parenting rights?
No order. That, you know, mine was the silver bullet technique. So from day one, they took my kids away from me, false protection order, and I was instantaneously homeless. My wife, my ex-wife, had control of the house and 100% custody from day one, and I was instantaneously homeless, and that's when it all ended. Was day one.
Did they use your military service against you?
Of course. Yeah, she took my guns, which I hadn't used in 5 years, to go hunting. It was in the basement, and said she was afraid, which, I mean, that's stealing. She admitted it. Anyone that ever knows me knows I've never been a harm to anybody. I've served this country, and just from my own personality, I help people. I mean, it's not even, if you look at my personality, I love to help people. I care for people. I don't harm people.
So was there anything in a final custody judgment that said that you can't see your kids?
No, they ordered psychological evaluation on her. And as soon as they finished it, they stuck it, you know, under the table, and they ordered one for a custody evaluation on both of us, which I said, no, I've already paid for, I think it was like $5,000. you know, $3,000 to $5,000 on hers. And I said, bring hers up. I want to see what that came up with. And they just stuck it under the table, and they created and I never went back after the first time. I said, no, I could tell they're in cahoots, you know, with the guardian ad litem, and it's just, you know, it's just a waste of money. I'm not spending any more money on this, you know, that I've already spent. I mean, it's going nowhere.
So what they did is they effectively tied you up in procedure. I mean, look, I see that all the time. Is that they'll ignore any custody, any sort of psychological. First of all, they won't even listen to experts.
No.
I mean, getting them to actually listen to somebody that they appoint, they'll never do, because they don't want to be contradicted. And then what they'll do is they'll just keep reappointing new people and new people and new people until either you wear out or you go away, or they find someone that actually agrees with them.
Exactly. That's exactly what happened to me. I mean, it kept going. They kept, you know, I would even come from out of state. You know, it would cost me, because it's all last minute. I can't have a regular parenting order, you know, that, I mean, we'll just say, all right, the summer of 2021, I can actually get my kids, you know, buy a cheap plane ticket. No, to them, to the state, and to my ex, it's like, you know, maybe a couple days if I'm lucky. And so when I was active duty at Fort Bragg, they gave me a couple days with my kids. So I fly there Friday, you know, from Fort Bragg to Ohio. I can't even pick them up that night. I pick them up the next day on Saturday. I get my kids for a day. On Sunday, I've got to take them back because I got to go back to the airport. That cost me $3,500 to see my kids for one day.
One day. And you're a deadbeat, right? You're a fucking deadbeat, right?
And they didn't allow me any. They allowed, I showed that she had a DUI. She had a DUI, and she had to do public time. So instead of doing public time there, I need reunification with my kids. And I gave all the information about how Fort Bragg supports the military and their families. There's lots of stuff to do for the kids. My kids would love to see the paratroopers jump out of the airplanes. And I mean, it'd be fun. You know, we'd go to the beach. It's pretty close. And the judge, after finding out all that stuff, the guardian ad litem lied, number one. And then number two, the judge offered me no days at all. So I got no time. My kids did not see me the whole year and a half I was there at Fort Bragg on active duty. I got no parenting time out of state, none, or in state. And then they violated the SCARA order. That's the Service Members Civil Support Act, which is a federal act. It's a federal law. And she tried to get me for more child support. Had me issued at the highest command of the Army, FORSCOM, U.S. Forces Command, highest command of the Army, 4-star general, and she got me issued there. You know, how embarrassing. And it got to the point to where I couldn't even serve anymore. I had to give it up. And she got me fired, and I actually have it from my employers. She got me fired from 3 jobs. 3 jobs. And
three civilian jobs.
Yeah. And pretty much made it impossible for me to serve anymore. Because, you know, I mean, I get it from the military too, because it's not like a civilian job. You know, I mean, the military, basically, they kind of act kind of like the police. You know, it's a civil matter, but, you know, whatever you're issued to pay, even if it's like 1,000% more than you even make in a month, you know, we don't know how you're going to get it, but we order you to pay it.
So your solution to get your children was to have a custody evaluation.
Well, I first asked for on day one, a guardian ad litem, not knowing what a guardian ad litem was. Knowing now how it would all go, I would never do that. I'd never do that again. Because that's the thing. The very first thing they should do as a guardian ad litem is define what the best interest of the child is. I mean, it's a subjective term, and he didn't. And he was on the case for nearly 5 years and couldn't even, you know, write out that term of what that actually means, the best interest of the children.
So you mean there was never any written work product from the guardian ad litem?
No.
Of course not.
No, he tried to get parenting time, and then when she would violate it, he would never report her. He'd never bring that in. My own lawyer wouldn't bring that in and say she violated the order or she terrorized Jake when he had the kids, you know, gave him no private time and just terrorized him. You know, that was never brought up ever.
So what is the final
custody judgment in your case say in regards to your parenting time?
It says I get, I believe it says 2 hours a month within 15 miles of Columbus, Ohio, that has to be supervised.
2 hours a month. Now, did you participate in that trial?
No, I couldn't even afford to get there, which I had filed for another continuance because I had just been released from active duty and moved to another town. And, I needed to get my stuff together so I could come back onto the case. And the judge denied it, just like I said, they had the court while I was active duty violated SCARA, which means that, if you want to continue litigation while I'm on active duty, and that's a big thing, for guard and reservists, that are in the military, or even people in the military, they're active duty, like if you've got a storage unit, they cannot sell your stuff or get rid of it while you're gone, while you're deployed, while you're active duty.
In Illinois, our statutes are littered with explicit protections for active duty personnel. So I imagine it's no different in Oklahoma, and if they don't, they have to. So
Right.
I mean that's ridiculous. Now, were you found to be unfit in any way in this proceeding that you didn't participate in?
Never.
Did they find you to be some sort of endangerment to the children?
I don't believe they officially did that. They made a lot of accusations, but there was no true evidence to show where a judge would make a decision that I was a danger to my children.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, then I think you have a federal civil rights suit.
Which I do not have the money to go and prosecute that. That's the thing. We have no Miranda rights here like you do in the criminal court, and we have to have our own money. And there's still, even if we try to go down that route, there is no guarantee on anything. And in fact, if you look at the percentages, I mean, it looks like it's nearly a lost cause. And I don't think you can go.
That's true. And most of these people in these situations have lost all their money. The attorneys have taken all the money first. And so, yeah, people are absolutely ruined almost instantaneously. And their ability to pursue alternative relief is effectively destroyed. Did you ever go to the internal and to the military to try to get them to, object to the lack of accommodations they gave you?
Yes. In fact, like I said, right there at the highest command of the Army, which is right where the 82nd Airborne is at Fort Bragg in North Carolina. I went to, the post, which, the command that runs the post is the biggest unit, which is, a division, and that's the 82nd. And so the Judge Advocate General there, they intake me. I laid it all out to them. And even though I was on active duty and everything, they basically told me, yeah, it's a legal matter there within Ohio. And even though they violated SCARA, there's nothing they can do unless here's the exception. If you're on active duty, you have parenting time. They're on post on Fort Bragg. She comes on post because I actually had a soldier that this happened to, and I had to counsel him and look out for him and give him advice, which at that time I was not going through this at all. I was just sitting there oblivious. I've never seen this before, but they actually did that. They actually went on post, and his ex went there, got their child, and so they actually have like a federal matter for that because she went on post. But my children live in Columbus, Ohio. There's no Army post in Columbus, Ohio. So unless they did that, they really can't have no recourse, from the military. Law or military lawyers, they will not assist.
Well, they have to give you some sort of path to get to a regular visitation schedule. I mean, a permanent 2 hours a month supervised visitation is effectively might as well have given you a death sentence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's basically impossible because there's no way I can get there for 2 hours and afford it to get there, serve my 2 hours, and then come back, and go back to work on Monday. It's not going to happen.
Were you relocated from Ohio, or did she relocate to Ohio?
So I got out of active duty. and went into the reserves. I gave up my active duty retirement and so that I could settle my family. So I got a civilian job. We decided to move to Columbus, Ohio. She has some family there. I don't. So I gave up that sacrifice. I bought a house with my veterans loan, and she waited 1 year, and that's when she filed the false protection order. And I just had the rug pulled out from under me. Total shocking. I was instantaneously homeless, and but I gave up everything for my family, and it was working.
And this protection order was done ex parte, meaning you weren't there.
Yeah, in fact, she didn't have, because that's the thing. She did it that same day. We had the first day of negotiation. So we had the first day of the negotiation. Everybody knows about this, that's gone through this mess. So the lawyers are going across the hall, and, we're trying to come to an agreement. And we finally came to an agreement. And then her uncle, who's a lawyer, was coming in. Now, her uncle was not representing her, by the way. And he comes in and he says, don't sign anything. We already had it typed out. We were about to sign it. We were about to come to agreement, which gave us a week on, week off with our kids. It was amicable. We were both going to work together. And he said, don't sign anything. Just be quiet. And took her up. They went upstairs to the 5th floor in Columbus, Ohio. And that's when they filed the ex parte protection order. Well, I was in the court. I was there.
Well, is her uncle a domestic relations attorney?
No, I have no idea what kind of attorney he was, but he was clearly, that's the thing I know. If you're representing someone, you have to actually officially represent them. You have to present a document saying I am officially representing. And she was actually being represented by her other attorney, which she was not listening to. And I think she fired and later sued. I think she had 4 or 5 attorneys during this whole, 4.5, 5 year process.
So it sounds like she got pulled into it in a way.
Yeah.
Perhaps over her better judgment.
Right. Yeah. Well, it's her. That's her mother's. Which her mother's a narcissist, and I know this was all on her mother, too. Basically, encouraging her to be an antagonist, and that's her brother. That was her brother, the uncle.
Oh my God.
Yeah, my ex's uncle, and so that was that, and like I said, so after that I was escorted from my home, and was unable to see my kids. No parenting order. We didn't even have a hearing. I think it was 5 or 6 months later, and then she violated it. Tried to get me arrested. She calls me or sends me a text message, says, "Hey, you want to take Leo to a baseball game?" Of course. So I throw I've got both my daughter and my son. So I throw the baseball mitts, in the back of the truck, go to pick them up. And I sit there. And then she sends an email and says, "Oh, I changed my mind." And then Leo comes out, doesn't even look at me, gets in her car, from the garage. And I know she told him, "Don't look at your dad." And then I took off, because clearly I'm not going to get him. So I start going home and I look behind me and I'm getting pulled over. I stop and the sheriff says, "I need you to come and sit in the back of my seat in the car." And you know what's about to happen. So I told him, I said, look at my phone. I can show you 3 text messages where she asked me if I wanted to. And I accepted and said, "Hey, I'm here." And then she says, "I changed my mind." And so she accused me of violating the protection order, which I did not violate.
She baited you.
Yeah. And so she tried to get me arrested.
She tried to get you arrested. She tried to get you shot.
Yeah.
If you want to know the truth, she tried to get you shot. She tried to have you killed.
Exactly.
That's what that comes down to. Because these officers know that when they respond to a domestic relations call, it is their deadliest calls that they ever go on. They're trained that way. They know. Statistically, you've got a greater chance as a police officer of dying on a domestic call, and it's because they set people up like this. He was set up. This is equivalent nearly to some sort of a strange doxing and trying to get this man killed while trying to see his kids, desperate to see his kids. It's a sick, twisted, perverted, fucked up thing that we're doing, and having people shot and killed because they're in so much pain and trauma. They're trying to see their kids, and there's no recourse. We have no recourse. We have to admit that at this juncture, that nationally there's no recourse for us as parents except to fucking suffer and die.
So what happened was that I did not get arrested because he actually he got my phone as I asked him to, and he saw it. And when he did, he said, "Holy crap!" He was yelling. You know, I freaking hate this civil crap. You know, this is BS. He even said that. And so, you know, he let me go because I told him, you know, I showed him the evidence. He saw there was, you know, and in my clean truck, I was about to pick my kids up, you know, got car seats and everything, you know, they've got their mitts and yeah, he could tell I was telling the truth, but he actually let me go. I was lucky for that. But I brought that up. And like I said, I had to wait for about 5 or 6 months till I finally got a hearing on that. And the judge listened to it. Actually, my ex called me one time privately. And so I went to one of her friends' houses, and we were both alone, but I recorded the whole thing for 3 hours, and I brought it up in court. And so the judge didn't listen to it, but she actually believed me on that. So she tried to sexually make passes to me. And I laid out the whole thing. Why are you doing this? You know, we could both love our kids. Both of our families love our kids. That's the best thing for our kids, is to be loved by both sides of our family and by each other. Let's just share the kids. Let's be adults. And yeah, she didn't really, you know, I mean, she just basically and actually kind of wanted to kind of talk some more, but she never did after that. And so bringing all that up in court, the judge basically said, okay, yeah, she made passes at him. Yeah, she violated her own protection order. Yes, she tried to get him arrested, but and even though she didn't even admit that, you know, it was lying, you know, and perjury, you know, for the false protection order. But anyway, she said on top of all that, at the end, you know, the judge makes their statement, and she said, I've decided as a judge that I'm going to extend the protection order for another 6 months. She contradicted herself.
Yeah.
I have a perjury case. I've already talked to Cash about a perjury case that I have up in the 2nd District Appellate Court right now about a woman lying about calling this guy. And we subpoenaed her phone records. Her phone records indicated she called him 0 times. Okay, and this is when she got him charged with child abduction. Okay, so that's how serious it was. This guy got a Class 4 felony charge of abducting his own daughter. And as according to her own phone record, she never called him. She testified she called him every day, and she was frantic and blah, blah, blah. Okay, so that's one case. I have another case that just arose just on December 18th, just a week ago, last Friday, where I have a client that hasn't had parenting time with his kid in over 2 years now. And we showed a text message exchange because he's getting accused of being angry. You know that, right? You know,
and they always do. Yeah.
We're always accused of being angry. So we're like, all right, what about your anger problem? Her name is Sandra. All right, Sandra, what about your anger problem? And we produced a text message exchange from January 31st, 2016, in which her stepmother alleged that their child was a bastard and she should have killed him. And the mother responded by claiming in a text message that she punched her stepmother in the face and pushed her down the stairs. So we presented in court. We presented in court. I confront her with it. She denies it. She claims that she never said that, and my client made it up. Okay. And so then her attorney calls her back later. This is on Friday, and she goes further. She's like, you know, this document. Oh yeah, that was a forgery. Well, how do you know it's a forgery? Well, this guy Ryan, he has a history of making forgeries. Well, can you give me an example? Yeah, that document that they filed. I didn't sign my signature. I've never seen that document before. It was a petition for sole custody that she gave to my client in 2015. In which she stated in her own filing that she was refusing to co-parent with him. Okay, so we're going to use that against her. It's like, look, you admitted as a matter of law that you're not willing to co-parent. So we included that document that she signed. And she turns around and she claims on the stand that she's never seen that document before. She never signed it, that he forged it. and she went into this long story of how she's never seen that document that we had with her signature. Well, it turns out all we had to do was go to the court file. I went to the clerk's office, pulled up a document that matched that description from March 17th, 2015. And it's the very same document, file stamped, filed by her. So she's just straight up lying.
Yeah.
Straight up lying about filing a document, about a document that she filed claiming that it was a forgery. And so what did we do? You know, we confronted in an email, disclose it because it's perjury. You know, we sent her statements in an email. And the only thing that the guardian ad litem, the child representative, cared about is that they were afraid that her testimony may have been recorded when the court was recording it. So yeah. That gives you an idea of how much these people look, how much these courts look the other way in perjury.
Right. Well, they certainly don't double check it. And that's the thing that I use, with my online presence from the people that follow me is I give them a bunch of things to let them know, that this is totally corrupt and honestly, I don't think I've heard anybody else say this, but They make these permanent orders. They draw these cases out. And if they really cared about our kids, why don't they have some sort of way to check after they've made these cases to see how things are going? Imagine how many cases. From the 70s until now, how many hundreds of millions of cases, and not one do they go back after the fact to see how the kids are doing. See how healthy everything is. If they really cared about our kids, they would do that. You would think that'd be one of the basic things, to ensure our healthiness of our families if they really cared about them. But yeah, not one.
And what they're effectively doing to you is terminating your rights without giving you a hearing.
Yeah. And my kids' rights. My kids have rights too. So it's three people's rights.
And your kids' rights. They're terminating that without a hearing.
Right.
And that is of the most gross violations. And when you're in this kind of category, the court should have sort of like an emergency room in the sense of these cases should be highly monitored, and the highest level of care should be given where there's ongoing, serious analysis and upgoing, First of all, it'd be better if they weren't involved at all. But let's just assume that this is a situation. The best situation is for them to get the hell out of the way.
Yeah, exactly.
But there's none. Like when you're in this heightened constitutional zone, what they would prefer to do is just take the case off call and you go away.
Right. Yeah, that's what they want. Yeah, so when I was ordered to active duty, I think they were pretty glad. Okay, well, he's going away to North Carolina. Hooray.
It's laziness. All they need to do is give you a reasonable parenting schedule, and you'll go away.
They never did. I think one schedule we had, and it was like 5 pickups and drop-offs a week. I said, no, let's do the week-on, week-off thing, because clearly we don't get along together. So to eliminate confrontations, let me pick the kids up on Monday after school, at school, have them, for the rest of the week, the weekend, and then Monday drop them off, at school, and then she can pick them up in the afternoon and have them for her week. Let's share. That way we have personal, private time with our own children. Imagine that. But no, 5 pickups and drop-offs a week? It's almost like they want confrontation.
Oh, they love the gatekeeping, alienating parents love to have the most ridiculous schedules. They like to break up your time and prevent you from doing fun things with your kids.
Right. Yeah, and that's exactly what they did. That's exactly what they did. I haven't had a regular relationship with my kids since 2014.
Yep. That's terrible. And it doesn't make me feel better that it's happening in Ohio and other states, like it's happening in Illinois. But enough's enough. I mean, that's what Cash's podcast is about. That's what we're, a group of us reluctantly are in the process of doing, is standing up to this and no more.
Exactly.
And it might be a bit of a generational thing. Like, a lot of these people are old, and they're not used to changing societal norms, where fathers want to be active parents. And, so there might be a certain element of that. But I think what's really driving this is arrogance. And the arrogance needs to be confronted. And the gaslighting, there are a million ways they'll gaslight you and try to, claim that you're the problem.
Yeah.
No. Stand up to it. Don't get bullied and fight back.
Yeah. Yeah. I've like you said, enough is enough. And that everyone's got to see their point, but yeah, just like Cash is encouraging people, stand up, go ahead, do something. Don't just tell us you're going to pray for us, which honestly, I have a degree in pastoral studies and counseling, and I can use all the prayers I can get. And I do. I've got a bunch of people praying for me, but honestly, I need real physical help, people to actually come and help me sometimes, because I've been so isolated. When I was in Ohio fighting that case by myself, I was homeless, living in my truck. I'd go to the VA every day because I didn't have a place to live. And I would sit in the VA and they had Wi-Fi, and I could get something to eat there and sit there all day, at the table and just kind of look on and look like I'm not homeless and just try to do something to try to figure out what the hell am I going to do? I mean, here, I've got no one. I've got no friends. I just moved here for my family, and now I got kicked out of my own house. Can't see my own children, got nowhere to go, no one to help me, no one to listen. I'm like, what the hell? What the hell just happened? And I wake up, and still, I mean, here now, this has gone on for 5 years now. And it's like, where am I now? Waking up on different couches, waking up and just, I mean, I'm in a different dimension. I'm on some weird episode,
I guess you dream about it every night. It ruins your sleep.
Yeah, this is, I have some stress from, military service, my 23 years in the Army and Iraq, honestly, and all the vets I talked to, the PTSD they got that ruined their life is more than anything else. And I would rate personally, I can say here personally, that my stress and anxiety and depression that I get from the military is probably about 20%. And I would say it's probably about 80%, for the family court system and my ex and not being able to see my children. The very thing that I need to get healed is actually seeing my children, being with my children, being able to have great times with them, take them camping, take them fishing, live out on a farm, let them, run around, enjoy life. I mean, how is that a crime?
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, if I were in your situation, this is what I would do is I would go into court and first of all, does any of your family have the ability to weigh in? I mean, I'm sure they've tried.
Probably a couple would actually weigh in on it, but I basically have most of my family won't really help.
Well,
I mean, like show up to court is what I'm saying. I may have one or two that would do that, but that's it. I'm sorry. Say again, Ted.
What about weighing in on her family?
Oh, most definitely. Yeah, I'd have family and friends, even neighbors. Our neighbors. My house went into foreclosure because she wouldn't sign over the house. And she lived there for free for 2 years until I lost my veteran home loan for the house, the first house I bought for her and for the kids. And she stayed in there for 2 years, didn't pay not one dime. Not one dime.
Well, I think what you need to do is you need to start with a pressure campaign, not on her, but on her relatives. I mean, the friends and family that know her family. Start weighing in, and then I think you need to go into court and say, basically what you're stating here is like, this is wrong. I was on active duty. I couldn't do this. You do the best that you can. I'm sure you don't have money, right? I mean,
right. Yeah. I've got no money. But just getting here. 'Cause I mean, as soon as I found, Cash, I mean, our stories are so similar and our backgrounds are so similar. But see, the thing with me is they're not retaliating against me. All I was, you know, an able father that loved to be a father and enjoyed the time with my kids. I have thousands of photos taken by my ex while I was with my kids of us having a great time. I mean,
Are you paying child support right now?
I cannot pay it because they garnish everything and they put me down to where I basically not able to work at all. I'm disabled now. And then every job that she's gotten or that I've gotten, she's gotten me fired from. And then the state puts the judge puts the child support. At one time, it was 1,000 times more than I even made in a month. And so I'm physically unable to pay it at all. And I've tried to get it modified. And in Ohio, I believe it's every 3 years, they give you the opportunity to apply for it. And they make the decision whether or not they're going to allow that. And they denied it, which means I have to wait for another 3 years before they'll even look at it, much less make any changes with it. But like I said, that's the SCARA violation, the federal violation that judge violated for the United States of America, you know, by having court there while I was on active duty serving my country. And they had court without me. Imagine this. No attorney, because that's the violation that they had. Basically, get him an attorney if you want to go with violation and continue, or continue to have court. Continue to have court while he's gone. You either get him a lawyer or you wait till he comes back. That's basically what SCARA says. And they had court without me. And so we all know how that went. And they raised it. And up at that point, I actually paid. You know, I paid the money to the state, and there was no problem at all. I paid all of it. I was not in arrears at all. But they went and violated SCARA and raised my child support up, and made it to where it's garnished. I mean, no cause at all for any of that. Well, I was on active duty at Fort Bragg, serving my country during a time of war.
And we want, I mean, it's I just came back in, but Ted, it's time that Carson got involved, that on a federal level, this got involved. This is undermining national security. I've gotten messages and I've gotten phone calls from people that are ready to disclose national secrets. They're ready to disclose national secrets because of this. And I've told the Secret Service, I've told the fucking FBI, I don't know how much more of a patriot I can be to try and protect my country and warn them about what's happening. And the only reason these people reach out to me is they know I can relate. They know I have a platform that they don't have. So they send the message to me, and then what the fuck do I do with it? Do I turn the people in because they're being traumatized? Do I turn them in? What do I do? How do I protect my country? How do I protect my kids? What am I supposed to do? Nobody has any answers for me. What do I do with these countless parents that are messaging me? I mean, I could sit here all day with people and go through this about all of these men and women that are struggling to hang on another day. What the fuck am I supposed to do with it? I can't carry the burden any longer. I just simply can't. I can't carry this burden. And these thousands and thousands of people reaching out to me who are suffering, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Do I just tell them all, I'm sorry, I can't help you, and let them all perish in their misery like me? Do we all just roll over and die? What's the answer? Do we just roll over and die together, hold hands and fucking sing Kumbaya and drink like fucking Kool-Aid? What do we do?
I personally, and I know I can say this, as a lawyer, it's a lot easier for me to say this because I have the ability to, represent myself and other people and all levels of court. But in a perfect world, I would advise everybody to stop paying anything. I mean, if there needs to be a consumer boycott of these corrupt cottage industries.
Yeah, I had the same idea. If we could do that all together and just say we've got to get this fixed, and this is messed up.
Until it's fixed, we're not putting another dime into this corrupt system.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I agree. We have to divest. Then, absent divesting, we still have the crimes being committed and the criminals at large. That still must be resolved.
I mean, I
idea of disrupting and shutting down. For example, you know, the supervision center that's probably somewhere in Columbus, right? You know, that's
Columbus.
That's basically basically a correctional facility of some kind of fathers who were damned. And, you know, and Cash told me the story, like, you know, of how many people, you know, the people are saying, like, you don't belong here. You know, there's so many fathers that don't belong here.
Right.
That are passed through and that they agree to it. You know, number one, never ever agree to it. And number two, you know, I would just refuse to pay.
Well, I can't. I physically can't. I haven't been able to in years, and they won't do anything about it. You know, I got to the point to where I couldn't even survive myself because they would just, if I got another job, they just garnish all of it. And you know, it just adds up and adds up and adds up. And there's just no way I can ever,
You can't escape it.
And I'm not seeing my kids either.
Yeah. What incentive do we have to pay anything? Why should we pay anything? I mean,
not to the attorneys, not to
none
the
of
guardian.
them.
Yeah.
For sure, the guardian ad litem.
Right.
I mean, that's the first
Yeah.
thing.
Well, he sued me. He sued me for more money. And so, yeah, I just, and that's the thing here is now that I'm off active duty, I can't get served, you know, by order of the Army anymore. And so, yeah, try, you know, if I can't see my kids, why do they need my address then? If I'm never going to be able to see my kids again, why do I give her my address and my phone number so she can just continue to terrorize me even more? I just, you know, I finally saw that the court and the judge and all the lawyers, even my own lawyers, you know, seem to be on the same plan, which is basically not allowing me to have parenting time with my kids. And it bankrupted me, and there's just no way out of it.
Not for you not to have parenting time with your kids, but to string you out.
Yeah.
String you out.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, come on, Ted. This is 43 years of experience between two men. That's it. We're a drop in the bucket. If you took all of these parents and added up their time in service to their country, those that were veterans, police, firefighter, okay, even attorneys, all of these jobs, if you totaled up our experience in our contributions to this society, it's immeasurable. And nobody can justify to me through any legal document that this is in fact constitutional, much less moral.
No, it's not. You know, look, I did my own public service. I worked for a congressman for 5 years. You know, I mean, I did a lot of good things for a lot of people. While I did that, I got people immigration visas. I did all kinds of, you know, I got, you know, one of the largest universities. I got them, you know, one of their lead stem cell researchers into the country. I did all kinds of stuff. You know, refugees situations, all kinds of things. Human trafficking is honestly what I was doing in a good way. And what do I get repaid for? You know, the same. You know, thanks for your service, dude.
Yeah.
You know, we're just gonna run over you because we don't care.
Right, but we're not investigating the human trafficking ongoing at the hands of our government because we don't consider, as citizens in this nation, that human trafficking can involve, in fact, our legislators. It can involve our judges, our police, our doctors, our teachers. Human trafficking involves many people and a complex network of individuals and money exchanging hands for human beings. And we are being traded, like Tom Cotton wanting to introduce and did introduce reimbursement program, a piece of congressional legislation to reimburse states that run mandatory work programs for non-custodial parents. And he identified fathers as being the non-custodials because we know that. It doesn't make us anti-mom. This is anti-American. It is time for the likes of what happened with the Battle of Athens to transpire. We're going to have to use force, unfortunately, to take out the corruption in our government. And I don't know if there's some grand, large-scale agenda here to destroy the American people from the inside out, but it certainly has all of the writings on the wall. They drive out the protector and the provider with Title IV funding. They use Title IV funding to incentivize the states taking these kids from now predominantly single moms. They put them into state care where they're then now more likely to be abused inside the foster care system. And then they're trafficked out onto the streets because these kids can't take it and they run and they become a product of the human trafficking rings. Our American government is a part of that, and we have to acknowledge it and say, do we or do we not have an obligation as citizens in this country to fucking do something about it? Do we or don't we? It really comes down to that. Yes or no. Do we or don't we?
Yeah. Do we have rights? If we have rights and if the Constitution is relevant, then why isn't there some way for us to go and actually do something about it and get them to intervene? I mean, why is not, and we all know they're given through Title 4D, the federal government's giving money to the states to run, which I think from what my research is one of the top, I think 1, 2, or 3 highest money makers that the states make is off of the child support that goes to them. And it's, it's not going to the kids, and if it gets to anybody, if they're not in arrears, then it just goes to the other parent, which I guess is just, they can do whatever they want with it. But yeah, it's just, there seems to be, if we have the supremacy clause, there's got to be some way to say, hey, the supremacy clause was violated, and that should perk the eyes of people and get some people in here to actually stop that from happening. But it's almost like, I don't know, like the Mexican border, it just, they can come through and violate anytime they want to, and nothing's really going to happen to them. It's just like the perjury from our exes, they can create all the false accusations they can, which is criminal act, perjury, and we haven't done anything, and they don't even get a slap on the hand, and meanwhile, here we have to fund it. We have to fund them, everything else, and we don't get to see our kids, and then we get thrown in jail for it, for them committing criminal acts and for them ignoring the Constitution, and there's nothing we can do about it.
These are mob shakedowns.
The judges have protection; they have immunity. So, yeah, it's ridiculous.
They have to be forcibly removed.
What else can we do? What else can we do?
I don't see any other alternative at this juncture that the entire judicial system, at least in the state of Illinois and Ohio, have to be shut down. They cannot operate until all of this is cleansed out. Parents should be given the equal custody to their kids. End of story. If they're not found to be an endangerment and they want equal custody, they should have it. But this all ties into the deprivation of natural rights under color of law, the same as J.B. Pritzker has done in his administration in Illinois, which has been to destroy those families, destroy those businesses under color of law. It is unlawful what they have done to the citizens of Illinois, and this just plays into that. This is only one small factor, if you will, to the systemic constitutional violations to what they've done in Illinois and states like Ohio. Me and Jake shouldn't wake up. As veterans in this fucking country, I'm not going to wake up another Christmas without seeing or speaking to my kids. Period. It's not happening. So either they give me my kids or I come and get them. And I'm also going to hold those accountable. They're going to get arrested. And I'll deliver them to the proper authorities.
I'll tell you this. In any criminal court, they try to hold you in contempt for seeing your kids, in any manner. I don't think it's going to get anywhere for them.
I don't believe so either.
I don't think it's going to get anywhere. Is that there's no way that a contempt or any sort of, you wouldn't face criminal prosecution because there's no order of protection, but you wouldn't face any contempt or none of that would stick if you went in and got your kids. In my opinion.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Imagine just going in to go get your kids. I just want to get my kids. There should be nothing on you. Well, I don't know. I think we've been so desensitized in America that this is the norm. It's not the norm. It shouldn't be the norm.
This isn't normal.
This is, to have time with my own children during the holidays. And we all kind of tiptoe around like, oh my God, he's going to go get his kids.
Yep.
What?
Yeah.
Why is that bad? Why are we, shocked about that?
Yeah, you'll be charged with kidnapping, and you'll probably, in all likelihood, get shot on the road.
Right. You know, and where's the? I've mentioned this to Cash before. Where's the violence? Where's the violence? If we're so violent,
Good question.
we're so violent, if we're so dangerous, and you've done this, the most unspeakable thing to us that you could ever do to somebody, why isn't there an epidemic of judges going to the morgue?
Right.
Or attorneys or you know, people like that. Where's the violence? I don't see it.
Yeah, it hasn't happened. Because people are afraid. It's unnatural to do what I'm talking. For people to consider effecting a citizen's arrest, they must consider, number one, is it legal? Number two, can I do it without somebody shooting me in the face? Right? What's the purpose of having a citizen's arrest? Why does it even exist in our codes if we can't do it? If a man is murdering another man in cold blood, I can't arrest that man. Well, what if he's got on a black robe? Or I can arrest him if he doesn't have on a black robe, but if he's got on a black robe, is he off limits? If he's doing it while sitting in his courtroom, if I'm watching a judge kill a man, is it legal because he's acting while in his official capacity? Is it legal? Or can we acknowledge that at some point in time, there's got to be a line in the sand to say, we can't let them go this far, right? This is too far. And so where is that line for society? Where does it exist? Who defines it?
Good question.
Well, what I'd like to see, and I'd be a part of this, is the easiest thing that we can disrupt is these supervised visitation centers. There's one in DuPage, you know, there's one in Lake County. Physically obstruct its operations. Prevent people from going in and going out. Dry up their money. I mean, that's really like, if the front lines are the arms of the state that are enforcing these illegal orders. That's my view. I mean, I agree with the sentiments that you're making, Cash. The level of activism needs to step up, and I don't believe that the legal system, for the most part, the state legal system is the solution. I don't trust them to fix this. I think they're too vested in this.
That's what I'm saying. They've got to be forcibly removed.
Yeah, I think that's effectively the situation.
Well, I believe in the state of Illinois, Mike Madigan has to be removed from office. I believe that J.B. Pritzker is going to have to be removed from office. I believe that their Supreme Court is going to have to be removed from office. I mean, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court is Ed Burke's wife, right? Ed Burke, under federal indictment charges for conspiring against business owners and taking bribes in Cook County. His wife's the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Illinois. Does that make sense to anyone? And she's going to plead ignorance as to his federal crimes. Come the fuck on, man. I wasn't born yesterday. Right? None of us were. We see this shit for what it is. And the World War II veterans in the Battle of Athens, Tennessee, reclaimed their town. And they ousted the corrupt officials that were manipulating their elections and stealing their rights as citizens. They were being persecuted by a corrupt government. And the World War II veterans, just returning from war, just like us, had their rights stolen, and they were beaten, and they were incarcerated. They were intimidated and bullied that if they spoke out, that reprisals would happen. And they did what was necessary. And thankfully, I don't think anybody died in the Battle of Athens. I don't believe, and I don't want anybody to die here. I don't want anybody to be harmed. But there are criminals, and these criminals do deserve their due process in court. I'm at least human being and American enough to say these criminals that I'm accusing of kidnapping under fraud and deceit, they deserve their due process, their day in court. They deserve a right to an attorney, a right to a trial by jury, and to confront me, their accuser, in a criminal court. And if it's my criminal pleading or my criminal trial because I affect a citizen's arrest, then so be it.
Well, I guess I'll have to look into that some more.
It would be a rescue of criminally kidnapped children under fraud. Right? If somebody just showed up to your house and took your kids, or if a drive-by took place and they took your children, what if it had government plates on it? Is that okay? If a white van pulls up, it's got government plates on it, and they make away with your children, are they excused? Do they have immunity because they got government plates? No, they're not. You're not excused because you're a government official. I don't give a shit about you don't have immunity to take people's children. No. You're not immune from that. I don't care what law or statute you wrote because it's repugnant to the Constitution. The Constitution says, and defends me against government. And I invoke my constitutional rights and the Declaration of Independence to defend my life and that of Jake's and his children and millions of others that are all enduring this. And I'm going to start with Lake County before I head off to other states. But every state needs to rectify this. Every one of them.
Yep, I agree. All right, folks. Well, I just called in just to say hi. So I guess this was a 90-minute hello. I'll jump off, Cash, and let you get back to your podcast. So yeah, there's a lot to do, and we need to make them uncomfortable. There's no doubt about it. All these people need to feel uncomfortable. First thing to do is to dry up the money.
Yeah. Well, Ted, I appreciate you, and I appreciate your service, and I wish that you were going to be able to speak to your kids this Christmas.
Yeah, that'd be nice, wouldn't it?
It sure would be.
All right, talk to you.
Thanks,
Bye.
Ted.
Bye.
Bye.
You guys heard it. That's Ted Bush. He's my attorney. He's represented me for over a year. Still no access to my kids. This guy, he won't admit it, but I'll tell you. If I was paying him the rate of an average Lake County attorney for his services that he's rendered pro bono to me, it would be over $250,000. And I think I'm being very conservative with that number. With the amount of times he's went up to the appeals court for me, the amount of filings and responses he has filed, the amount of times he has appeared in person in court, I'm telling you, at over an average of $350 an hour up there in Lake County, Illinois, he's provided me over $250,000 in legal services. Do you think the average person is going to get that? And look, I still haven't seen my kids. People think that even with an attorney, a really good attorney, you're still going to see. No, not when it's a reprisal from judges. Not what's an entire judiciary is protecting one another and protecting their own. I am dealing with a black curtain of judges, corrupt judges protecting one another and attorneys protecting one another. And they argue that they know the law. They argue that what they're doing is legal. None of them would endure what they have asked Jake to fucking endure. None of them would endure what they have done to me. None of them would want their children to experience what they have made our children experience. None of them. Yet they find it funny and amusing to do it to us. I woke up this morning at fucking 6 o'clock and I walk out to my buddy asleep on my couch. And I look at my Christmas tree with no gifts under it and knowing this is the 3rd year in a row for me, 5th year in a row for Jake of not seeing or speaking to our kids on Christmas. And I'm not supposed to be angry. I'm not supposed to be upset. I'm not supposed to pick up my Declaration of Independence or Constitution and read it and find solace in knowing that my founding fathers who put their names on that piece of paper did so knowing that they were probably going to die and that they were signing their death sentence. And we held them as heroes for what they did in standing up to a corrupt king and a corrupt government. We held them as heroes. But we refuse to invoke their actions. We will invoke their words all day, every day. But at no point in time can we get the American people to stand up and say enough is enough. We're not going to do this to veterans or innocent parents anymore. And it's both fucking parties. Both of them have done this to us. It's immoral. This is inhumane. Liberals came out of the woodwork when we found out about kids and parents being put in cages at the border, crossing over, seeking a better life. But nobody bats an eyelash at me and Jake, two straight white men who believe in Christ. Nobody bats an eyelash at us losing our kids. Nobody cares. And nobody wants to be inconvenienced on their Christmas day or their holidays. Every morning we wake up, we are inconvenienced with the knowledge and the pain that we won't see our kids. And I can't fucking shut up about it because it's my fucking kids. And it hurts. What else am I supposed to do or say? My family drove 5 hours up here to be with me, to comfort me, because I'm hurting. It's Christmas Day 2020. I'm hurting. You don't tell me this man ain't hurting? He's fucking hurting.
Last time I saw my kids. Now they're 12 and 7. And that was, 3.5 years ago. Last time. And that was that one time I got to see him for a day. And I paid $3,500 to see him for one day.
$3,500. That man paid for one day with his kids. $3,500. Don't tell me they're not trafficking our fucking kids from us. They are. And they're extorting us for every cent that they can get out of us and threatening us with jail and debtor's prisons if we don't fork it over, even if we don't have it. I'm not going to apologize for being disabled. They caused it. 70% of my disability rating is for major depressive disorder caused by this problem. I just want to be a dad. My buddy Brad Kopsick, he's a New York firefighter. He just wants to be a fucking dad.
And the very thing that we need to get better is time with our kids.
Time with our kids.
And that's the very thing they won't give us. They refuse to give us.
And the VA will do nothing about it. The Veterans Administration knows about this problem and refused to do anything about it. Why does the Veterans Administration, with full knowledge of this, from a 3-year study of 14,000 homeless veterans concluded in 2010, who overwhelmingly indicated that many of their top unmet needs revolved around the issues in family court? My buddy Dave Lacey is another veteran, another one who's experienced the same thing. They're everywhere. I'm surrounded by people, by fathers and mothers. 20 years this woman hasn't seen her kid. 20 years. Folks, 20 years. Is this America or isn't it? Is this not a civil rights movement or isn't it? Martin Luther King Jr. was arrested 29 fucking times. I've only been arrested twice. I got a lot to go to rise to that man's level. I'm trying to do it peacefully, and maybe I need to be arrested 30 times before I use violence. But I should never be deprived of my liberty fighting to be a dad, nor should this man. We don't wish any harm upon any government official. We don't wish harm upon any police officer or private citizen. We merely want justice to be done and criminals to be held accountable.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
That's my Christmas promise.
Unalienable rights.
Unalienable rights. I'll tattoo it on my chest before they murder me.
Me too.
Unalienable.
I don't have any tattoos, but I'd get that tattoo.
I'm going to go spend time with my mother and my brother who drove up here to see me. We should never go another Christmas, folks. It's time you stood alongside me and Jake. Yeah, I'm angry and I'm passionate about it. We are. And we just cannot, as fathers, we can't lay down and die. We can't do it. We can't, I don't have it in my capacity, and I can't speak for Jake. It's not in my capacity to walk away from my kids. I can't do it. It's just not, it's nowhere in my brain. I can't make my brain do it. As much as I would love to start over with my life, I can't do it until I've got until this is concluded. And if that means they sever contact 100%, and they find me to be unfit, fine. But I want my day in fucking court to be found unfit. They caused this, not me. I just asked to be a dad. And I'm not walking away. I'm fighting to the end. I hope my country doesn't kill me. I hope my country doesn't kill Jake. But we're going to fight to be fathers. End of story.
Enough is enough.
Enough is enough.
Let's do this, guys and gals.
You have a Merry Christmas, all of you. Things are just developing. I expect this is going to escalate in the coming days. This is Cash Jackson. This is War is Hell. This is my buddy Jake. We're going to fight for our kids. And the criminals that took them, we're going to arrest you. We have a legal authority and a right to arrest you. And when I find who the proper legal authorities are that will prosecute you for these crimes, that's who you'll be delivered to. Not back into the hands of the same people that protect you. You won't be delivered back into the same hands of the very people that protect your crimes.
Like the Nuremberg trials.
No more of that. You'll go to some proper authorities, whomever that is, once I find out who it is. That's it. You guys have a good Christmas.